Stop picking up. What the heck? Here we go. Oh, now it's working. Nice. Okay.
All right, so now we're gonna I put the countdown for like 10 minutes, but that's only because I'm gonna mess around with this. Okay, so you said we go to collection, right?
Yep.
And then we go to agents. All right, so looks like we got different people here. They look like they have different classes. There's duelist, controller, sentinel, and initiator. That's it. The rest are locked. Okay, well, sentinels are defensive experts who can lock down areas and watch flanks both in attacker and defender rounds. So the guy I was playing as was a duelist. Duelists are self-sufficient fraggers who they're team experts through abilities and skills. That's why it wasn't much of get high frags and seek out engagement first. Gotcha. Oh, so yeah, their description are the same, but their abilities are probably much different.
They are.
Crypto flare orb, fireball, flame wall. Really, I think the only two abilities I really used was run it back, which was kind of cool. He kind of goes back. I see.
When I played my thing, I had played Sova. He's not bad. He's got like an arrow that shoots to a wall.
So this girl has a jet to the air. You propel jets in the direction she is moving, which is good. That actually comes useful. Wild bird. Yeah, so I mean, some of these people can be really good.
Yeah, I think later on there's some ones that actually build like a wall, so you can like protect your teammates.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see what else we got here.
I'm thinking Brimstone is kind of like the tank, somewhat.
Yeah, it seems like it. And he has a grenade launcher, which is kind of cool. Or at least that's his ability. Yeah, this guy has a bow with 3 long-range, wall-piercing energy blasts. Fires. Oh, this was the guy, I think, for the tutorial, Sova.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's pretty good. I like him.
Everybody picks him so quick.
Yeah, he's good.
Jeez.
Because he could shoot through the wall clear across the map. So yeah, he's pretty good. And then he also could spot the enemies, so you could like shoot against the wall, and anybody in that area will spot him.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. All right, let me check on what was it? Let me check on over here real quick just to kind of see if we're in that category on Twitch. All right, I went to your channel too to do some coordinators. Second.
Okay. I'm still sitting here waiting. I haven't gone live yet, but
Right. So let's see. We go to the channel. Yeah, drops enabled. Yeah. Okay, cool. So yeah, that's cool.
You're fired!
Crap, that was. All right, let me see.
Let's turn this on.
Um. People are doing reruns for drops. Wow, maybe that's what I should do.
Oh man, somebody got so mad because people were doing that. You heard about that?
Oh,
It
well,
was-
hey, reruns is a thing. Twitch allows it.
Yeah.
I'm
he
surprised
thought it was-
reruns even allows it though.
Yeah, I can't believe it either, but they were actually doing it. And he was so mad because this is ridiculous. You're taking viewers away from these other streamers that are actually playing the game. He said, I
Right.
don't like that. That's just, it's not fair to these people that are trying to actually stream the game and play it live. So does my stream actually show its... Where's my stream?
The hell? I don't even put Discord. I put disc.
Discord.
Yeah. You know what? Let me.
I got 2 viewers already. Wow.
You see, bro? There you go, man.
Me and you.
Yeah, you're right. Hold on. Let me make a. I'm gonna make a quick command too. I'm gonna make a drops command. Just let me see. Just, I
Why
don't,
am I hosting you still? What the heck?
it'll probably take some time to synchronize. It'll unhost after like a minute or two. Let me add a command.
I would rather DB. Let's go. That's what I should have put.
Right.
I put let's get some W's with you. Work? It didn't work. It should automatically implement it. What the heck's wrong with this thing?
Yeah. Try the command again. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's not working.
You typed it right when I was just about to complete it.
Oh, okay. Let's try it
Okay.
again. Yeah, nope.
Oh shoot! I just broke everything. That didn't work.
Nope, not that time.
Really?
We need a command that says, with the guy scratching his chin.
Yeah, exclamation mark drops. It's right here. I can execute it. It works that way.
Yeah, maybe I'll leave the dashboard. Why is my stream being weird? Okay, I'll leave and pop it back up here.
I'm gonna restart quick spot. Right. Bori's like, I hope I get a drop. Bori, make sure you keep 2 tabs open. One for me and Jay. That way you get double the chance, bro. Hold on, I'm gonna restart Trick Spot because he's gone. He's gone haywired. Trick Spot is done. And my timer is up. Yeah.
He's like, "Jay streaming? What?"
Uh-huh.
It's still
Yep,
saying
yep.
I'm hosting you though. What the heck?
Yeah. Okay, so where was it? Where was it? Bro, I don't know, man. My camera placement. I want to change my camera placement. Might have to get me something like a different camera stand. Like right now, I got it on a tripod that like slides up, but I want one that's like more flexible.
No, my video is not full screen. What the heck? Okay.
No?
How do I do that? How do I change the game caption?
Oh my god. Why does my OBS is it's always doing this to me. It stretches my all my sources to like weird or keeping studio mode open. It wants to be
Mine was a full screen. What the heck? And I'm still not officially streaming apparently, because yeah.
no?
Let's say okay, let's go to my stream. Channel.
Thank you, Bart. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Yeah, definitely, guys.
Your stream on my channel.
But just hold on a second. Back to yours. What's going on here? Oh god.
Okay, let's try this. Unhost.
Yeah, you should be able to unhost. The show's starting soon. Yeah, I see your stream. I like that overlay, man. It definitely gives me that Borderlands vibe. Yep, yours got
Yeah.
drops enabled too. Yeah.
Woohoo!
All right, let's do it, bro. Let's get our butts handed to us, because that's exactly what's gonna happen right now.
Definitely. Okay,
Crazy.
so I can put this over here.
All right, let's see.
That doesn't automatically go off now. What the heck?
Oh wait, TrickSpot's not running? Oh, I don't have TrickSpot on. Whoa, nobody's getting points. Hold on. Sorry guys, bear with me. I have to restart TrickSpot. All right, we're gonna do this again here real quick. Okay, here we go. We got it. Good.
So the auto hosting thing does not shut off when you go live. That's weird.
It should. But once you're live, okay, so it's working now. I would make one for you too. Well, you don't have to. It's up to you. I mean, what do you? Yeah, I don't know.
I don't even know if I have a bot.
And that is true though. Most people don't understand that. Like, if you don't leave your sound on, go AFK with it, it's not gonna work. That's why I make sure I put that there. Because you don't become an actual viewer no more. You get to slide into the what you call chatter list instead. All right. Now people will still need a Riot account though, I would think.
Yeah, they do.
I'm not going to go into complete details on how to do it, but I think people understand. They went to the website, they signed up for the beta, they know what they need to do. They need to watch streams. If they don't know that part by now, then obviously they haven't took the initiative to try to get the game. So
Yeah.
I'm not going to like go from step 1 to step 2, step 3. Like, we're the step where you want the key, so you're in the channel now to get it. Much easier. All right, so I think I understand the characters. I said let's just play it, let's get our butts whooped, and let's just have a good time, Jim, because, you know, I don't know. Good, bro. So did we get different modes?
There's different maps. That's it.
Now with this being a beta, what the hell is all this? Open, close, ready, leave? Oh, just hit play now. Practice. Wait, we can practice?
Yeah, you could have open
Oh,
party, or you can have
Shooting.
a closed party. That's what that is.
really explore the entire range and all it has to offer. Into a range, you will remain in your current party. That's cool. Well, let's try this. See if it actually joins you into a game with me. Because we really need to learn our character's abilities here. What's the drops mean? You're okay, Thomas. This game is in beta right now, so people are trying to get the keys. So they just hang out in the chat and they'll get it. All right, let's see what we got. Oh, they gave us all the characters. That's such a tease, bro.
It's like,
I'm
okay,
not
you
even
can
gonna
pick
choose
characters.
them. Yeah. All right. It seems like
one
most
group
people
that I
pick
watch.
Brimstone, Sage, Jet, and Sova so quick. Nobody really picks Phoenix that much. That was the last guy I was kind of stuck with. Again, I only did one match, so I don't know. Let me just try her, I guess. Are you in the room with me?
Nope.
You're not?
Nope.
Oh, so I get to just like free range while you're. Okay, she has that ability. What the hell? She throws how many knives? Oh shoot!
You do it 3 times. I think 2 or 3 times. It's pretty powerful.
Oh, she throws knives. What the hell? Oh, that's her ultimate though. Oh yeah, you get infinite abilities in this mode. That's why. Oh, everybody has that.
Yeah, I
What's
think you can do it twice in one game, or in one.
Yeah, this chick can get off the map if she had infinite freaking dash attack.
Oh, yeah,
Oh, okay. There's a range limit.
oh, you just died. I saw that.
Aw. Alright, that's kind of cool. Alright, let me back out. How do I back out? Or I just click I'm in game. How do I leave this?
You exit, and then there's like to the left, top left part of the screen. You have
Oh,
to
leave
click on
match. Got it.
that. It took me a while to figure that out too. I was like, how do I get out of here now?
Yeah, this is just also different though, but I think we're ready for this. Alright, let's go. We're gonna hit play game. We're probably gonna get owned. I'm not ready.
Me either. I think you already played a match already, so you know what it's kind of like, but I don't want to get myself into. You both suck. Oh. I'm lazy and I don't have a bot. I we're waiting for you.
Oh, who am I choosing? Oh, see everybody. I'm gonna try this guy. Screw it. Try that guy.
Yeah, I was kind of between him and the guy I picked, so I was like, I know. I'm lazy.
What happened?
Oh, boy, saying I'm lazy.
You're lazy. What are you doing now, Gem? All right, let's do this, bro.
He said to set up the command for the drops, but I
Aw.
don't. I
Well,
have my bot.
yeah, but you don't need the command to get it though. Just Bori, just keep that tab open. That's all you got to do, bro. Keep that stream tab open. If you have alternate accounts, I'm gonna watch what I say. Stop.
Yeah, you
Wherever
might
they
get,
run,
we
I
might get
will
mad,
find them.
or you might get mad.
Mm-hmm. Oh, good man. All right, let's go. Let's do it. Yo, Tony, how's it been, bro? I saw Tony come in here. I thought I saw his comment, or am I hallucinating? Oh, guys. All right, let's go. Showtime. All right, Jeb, you ready?
I will defend you all with my power and with my life.
All right, here we go, bro. You ready? Showtime. Don't forget to hit left shift, though, by the way, just so you don't sprint the whole time.
Revealing area.
I see the spider.
There they are.
All I got is a freaking handgun, dude. Wow, what is all this?
Enemy spotted.
Wall, the wall just keeps coming?
Out of charges. Out
Aw.
of charges. Revealing area. Found them.
Dang it, man. I should have moved to the side. Oh, I'm spectating you, Joe. Make it look good, man.
One down.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
This is tough, guys. This is tough. Get these headphones plugged in real quick. Alright, here we go, guys. Holding it down.
10 seconds left.
Are you liking it so far, Jay? I don't hear you on Discord, by the way.
Spike planted.
Continue to give us vision, Sova.
Yeah, I was tapping the fire, but the problem is the I still have a...
Keep up. Enemy spotted.
Enemy spotted.
Revealing area.
Stand down.
Look at this chair. Situated here. There we go. It's much better. Much better, guys. Yeah.
Enemy kill.
Revealing area.
All right, here we go.
Spike
Get it, guys.
planted.
Jabbar, you're a pro. Okay, okay. All right, here we go, guys.
Fun today.
Shoot. Man, I wish I could run faster. No, Jim.
Last player standing.
Wow. Put it up on my...
I will not die.
Oh, we took the loss on that one, guys. Oh, you know a bit of it. Right, yeah. I never really played Counter-Strike, so this is going to be a whole new thing for me. Look at shotgun.
Keep them out.
Fired? Fired for what? What?
Here. Enemy spotted.
Revealing area. Found them.
Oh, I was too far. I was hoping the ball would stay there at least for another couple seconds. Alright, guys. I gotta get used to the maps. I gotta get used to this. It's a little different to me. I'm moving like a bot. Right. You got this, Jim. Come on, Jim. Let me spectate you real quick. Oh, you. Oh, we got a healer.
Last player standing.
Oh. We gotta get in the groove, man. Still don't hear you, Jim.
Spike planted.
Train
Guess I
hard.
was playing pretty good. All right, next round already? Holy shit! All right, here we go again. Let me help the left side because there's nobody over here. Shoot.
Revealing area.
Nobody?
Return to dust.
Nobody on this side. Nice and easy, guys. Nice and easy. Alright, here we go.
No chance.
Take that easy kill.
No.
Revealing area.
Thirty seconds left. Last player standing.
Oh!
Put down.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, I'm doing horrible, guys. I'm doing horrible. You know, I'm not the Counter-Strike person. You know what I'm saying? So this is, you know, these are people who, this is what they do every day of their life. Not me. You know, but I want to try it, give it a shot, see what it's all about. Try it again. I think we'll get the groove of it. All right, let's try to get this next round rolling again, guys. Right now we're 1-3. Right now we're down. I'm doing terrible.
Ready.
Once I get used to these abilities, we'll be good.
Revealing area. There they are.
Enemy spotted.
Clean.
One enemy remaining.
Be faster.
I need one more kill to get that. Well, they're definitely going to be looking. I don't know what that green wall does, though. Like, he went over to the other side for sure.
Revealing area. There they are. Beatrice. My ult is ready. I am the hunter.
No, I wasted my ultimate. Oh, it's all good. All right, let's try this again, guys. Why am I getting network error?
No, but. Oh.
Right, yeah. You're right. Definitely. Should definitely be doing into that. There you go, Jim. Now I hear you, bro.
Let us hunt.
I wasted my ultimate. Yeah, it's bad.
Revealing area.
Enemy removed.
Get out of my way!
Healing you.
Dead.
Nice, nice.
One enemy remaining.
Oh! Man, die so fast.
Toxin screen
This
down.
is not Call of Duty. Oh, it's all up to you, boy. Got this, man. Or, I mean, Jim, you down?
The game for some reason.
You said what?
It kicked me from the game.
Really?
Yeah.
I did see a network issue on my end too, but I keep getting a network problem, but that's only every time the round restarts. Hey,
Yeah,
you
I
can't
was
get back in?
all of a sudden, nope. I was just actually watching you guys play. So
Aww. Do we get penalties or anything for leaving?
I don't think so.
I know it's beta.
And my stream like totally froze up, so I don't know if I could stream this.
Sounds like a network issue then.
Revealing area.
I have like
Found them.
8 messages of experience in stream performance. 2, 4, 6, 8, 12 minutes.
Enemy spotted. I see the spike. For you.
Enemy down.
Oh wow, the whole team over there.
I have actually in the stream to be able to edit the settings of the stream.
Oh man.
Spike is here. Spike is here. Spike is here.
No, Bori, we need you, bro. We need you in the game, man.
Here.
Alright. Let me back out. Shows you here though, but oh, you can do, just like voice chat settings. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I don't know if we get penalized in that. I hate to lead a team, man, but yeah, it doesn't give me a leave option either.
30 seconds left.
Did good the first round, then after that I kind of sucked.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm
Last
scared.
player standing.
So how do you have to actually end the stream to be able to change the bit rate?
Yeah, it shows you here in the game.
10 seconds left.
You try to get back in. Wait, you're moving.
Oh, okay, I'm back in. Okay.
Spike planted.
That's weird. Why did it lag me out for a round?
Yeah.
That be not A.
Yeah.
Molly.
Wow.
One enemy remaining.
How did it put me back in the game?
Did it let you back in?
Yeah, I'm back in now. I have no clue what happened. That's weird.
Well, at least you're back. I'm gonna go left to help out the.
Together.
Boris said, "Fix your potato."
Revealing area.
There's a couple guys over here.
Yep. Wow, man.
Man, what
Last player standing.
Yeah, this game's all about
Screen down.
bullet recoil. Crosshair or not, it doesn't matter. I gotta.
One down.
Wow. Yeah, you can tell this person plays Counter Strike.
Spike planted.
Toxin screen down. Poison's off.
It's okay, boy. We're gonna get you a key, bro. Just hang out. Just hang around, bro. We'll get you a key.
Enemy remaining.
Toxins going up.
Right.
My ultimate. Don't
Jim inspired. Yeah.
Toxin screen.
I don't understand this toxic. Like, it doesn't kill you or her, or I don't know. Smoke integrity.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Oh, they get to control the. All right.
No, to be able to
How's it feel,
I
bro?
think,
How's the aiming? Wow.
rough. So I have to end my stream to change the bitrate. Is that how it
I will
works?
put their Viper down.
No,
It
you
is
could
mercy.
change your bitrate without changing ending.
Because it's actually like blocked out, so I can't actually change it.
Really? Oh, you're on OBS, Streamlabs OBS. That's why. Yeah. Yeah, you have to end it.
Sucks.
You know what? I'm gonna.
Because my stream just totally lagged out.
Yeah, I'm gonna go shotgun.
Isolate and exterminate.
Revealing area. There they are.
Oh.
Oh. I was behind you trying to.
You were? Did you shot me?
I shot the volley out, then I got blasted in the back.
Oh.
Blasted through you. Ooh, I shot in the back.
Ouch.
Yeah, I don't think there's friendly fire, but. Yeah, I
No,
saw
I'm sure there's friendly fire. How do you turn crosshair off? I don't want crosshair.
Stay
I'm
down.
not sure.
I try. I see crosshair settings, but it's always on. I have off,
Last player standing.
off. Everything's off.
What's this?
Again, I'm gonna try to fix this because my stream.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, so bitrate is 2500, so should I do like 2000?
Yeah, 2500 should be good. What was your upload speed?
Easy.
20?
Your upload's 20? I mean, you should be fine between
This whole field is
3,
So annoying.
35 to 5000. I mean, this is.
Okay, what about software or hardware?
For you, I would go hardware. Don't use Streamlab OB. Oh my god, I forgot a weapon. No, I can still get a weapon. Cool. Well, you don't have to be at the base to get it?
Fight!
Alright, let's do this, bro. Let's do this.
Wait again.
Spotted. Your fault.
Damn, Jim, your feet are loud.
Enemy spotted.
Here, I got you.
Revealing area. Found them.
You fought well.
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
Shot that dude. Okay, let's get this.
Wow, okay.
Three.
Okay, okay. Do this again, bro.
We are Valorant. We are fighters.
Yeah, I gotta try to find a weapon that's actually what I like.
Yeah. I don't like the no sprint, but it is what it is. I mean,
It kind of sucks. I keep pushing shift to sprint, I forget that it.
I know. Well-
Protect our motherland.
I'm gonna. There's no point in shooting an arrow right away because we know they're there.
Headshot.
Revealing area. Found them. I am the hunter.
Did I get him?
Yep, you got him.
Ah, I shot up to the wall. I like it. I like that ability. Alright, I'm on your right. Hold on, wait. Give me a few seconds. I have a couple seconds for the scanner. How many are left?
Here real quick.
3 left. I gotcha.
Revealing area.
Spike planted.
Alright, let's go.
Enemy spotted.
They're all gonna be on the other side. Once we start getting around this side, though, we gotta start cooling it down. All right, here we go, bro.
My ultimate is ready. Ouch.
Careful, your feet are loud. We gotta disarm.
Revealing area.
Last player standing.
Right.
Last round. before
Yeah,
the
see, I'll have to open it soon.
Keep our goods after this.
Good.
Spend all.
They're all different. I mean, really, when you hover over them, just read it. It tells you kind of what it does.
I like how you have heavy shield and you still get like 2 shot.
Watch and learn. Revealing area.
Welcome to my world.
Spike spotted.
Watch my back. Left's clear. I'm gonna check down here. That trap half the time, but yeah, I'm gonna go this way.
Don't get in my way.
Ooh, still like it.
Revealing area.
Nothing interesting. Oh, your feet are loud, Jim. It's all good. They're gonna be around here, so be careful.
seconds left.
Dang it,
Last
man!
player standing. One enemy remaining.
Watch, there's another one on your left. He's behind your wall to the left. Be careful.
Open up the sky!
Nice, Jim!
Some
Woo!
things you just can't teach.
Switching sides.
Oh, sorry, you're stuck with pistols. Look, it's the pistol gun.
Nah, yeah, just press B. Oh wait. Oh, it's a new round. You switch sides. The hell?
Rin, show me where to go. Can someone get this?
Ooh, that's a good.
He learned from his master. They love that clutch, Jim. I ain't gonna lie, you had me nervous there, dude. You came at it. When I saw your arm stuck in your arm, I was like,
Enemy spotted. Via.
Revealing area. There they are.
Wow, okay. Walked right into that, dude.
oh, they came behind me. What? No. He moved around quick. Oh, we're both dead. Oh gosh.
Poison's off. Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Still, my stream's still lagging. What the heck?
Poison orb emitting.
And now it's really,
One way
really
to
good.
die.
That's weird.
Right.
Poison's off.
Tell him his sensei is proud. Yeah, I don't like handguns. I don't know if I like any guns. I have to figure out what gun I like, what I'm used to.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, I just wish there was no crosshair. Why are they adding crosshair in every single games now?
Act on my intel. Don't
Can
give them
someone get
time to
this?
reposition.
Oh yeah, when I look at the sky, bro, I get 250 FPS. I look straight
Can
ahead,
someone get this?
it does change. I might need a cap because I don't think I'm... Alright, let's do this, bro. Let's do this, man. We gotta do this, bro.
Together.
This guy came behind me over here.
Revealing area. Found them. Down.
Oh, he was too far away, but I hit right on him. What was I doing shooting a shotgun that far? You know what, though? I'm doing better this round than the first round I played, that's for sure.
Healing you.
Oh, we got healers. Alright, we got this. We got this. We got this, don't worry. How's it running for you, though, guys? Like, how's it looking on the stream? Is it running pretty well? Looks like it might be running pretty good for you guys, right?
Toxins going up.
Last player standing.
Oh my gosh, what is going on?
One enemy remaining.
Oh, we lost that round. No lag here. Woo! I'm glad, guys. Come on, Jim. We got to step up our game, bro. We got this, man. Let's go, go, go. I love the shotgun, but not for range. I'm going to try to get some close kills as much as I can. Stay in the close areas. I'm going to go left. I finally got my crosshair off my screen. Oh, but my shotgun has it. Why does my shotgun have it?
Enemy spotted.
Revealing area.
What the heck?
Stay down.
One enemy remaining.
You're still alive. I died right away. Same guy every time. He comes the same route.
My ultimate is ready.
Here we go.
We got this.
Next round, let's go. Bori said, Jim, I wanna drop. Bori wants to get out now. Bori's played Counter-Strike, so he knows. He knows, man. We're like, hold on, did my chair go down? Bro, I can't do this anymore. I've been saying how many months now I'm gonna get a gaming chair? I can't do this. All right, Jim, watch that guy with the purple hoodie, man. He likes to flank this way a lot. Whoa!
Silence.
Watch your back.
No more.
He came a different direction this time.
Hold on.
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
Sound is very crucial in this game. You were talking, bro. I couldn't hear the enemy. Hold on. My bad. I didn't mean to yell at you, Jim. I had to get that win. All right, go ahead.
He came from behind you. That's why.
Yeah, I told you, he's a little sneaker, man.
Reloading.
All right, boy. Sounds good, bro. Sounds good.
My quiver is never full.
All right. Yeah, man. It was that girl. She pushed so quick, like to the ejector. I don't know how she did that. I hear the enemy's footsteps while we're here.
Watch and learn.
Revealing area.
Watch your right. He's coming back to your left.
Enemy spotted.
Why do I got a hold ship?
Enemy killed.
Careful, Jim. You got him?
Enemy spotted. See ya.
Last
spike
player
carrier is dead.
standing.
Revealing area.
Well, I gotta go to A anyway to the objective.
30 seconds left. One enemy
Taken
remaining.
Ah! I tried.
My power does not.
Welcome back, boy. Welcome back. Alright, guys. That was close. Alright, well, let's, Alright, Jeff, they like to push over here real quick. Oh! Oh, two in the middle. Two in that lane, careful. Ooh, at least you got one.
Spike planted.
Instant headshot. That was good.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal.
It don't matter if you have 50 health or
Toxins going up.
Nah, health is nothing, bro. Your health goes so fast in this game. You think though, 100, right? Some of the weapons do 30, so if they hit you 2-3 times, boop, you're dead.
Toxin screened.
So our team, guys, can we hold it down? Right now we're 9-8. This is a very close battle. Ooh. That's very close.
One enemy remaining.
Stay down.
That bomb.
Ooh.
Oh, he lost him good.
Out of charges.
Through this. Yeah, is there a way we could toggle like like walking? Oh, we could toggle crouch though.
My ultimate is ready. Opponent killed.
What's coming?
Shot down.
Good job, Jim. Good job. Nice one, bro.
One enemy remaining.
I am the hunter. Revealing area.
Open up the sky!
Wow.
That is gold, friend.
Oh, I knew somebody was around us. I was trying to see. Woo! Woo!
If we go easy on them, they will never learn.
I said he was on A. He was not on A.
Can someone get this? Can someone get this?
Whew.
Here.
Oh. I'm just surprised I'm getting kills, man. Like I don't know, maybe it's coming to me a little bit, slowly but surely.
Revealing area.
I did,
Down. Enemy spotted.
No more.
Stay down.
Wow, whatever.
Spike planted.
heard him.
Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining.
Revealing area.
Got it.
Yeah, I think one of them AFK on their team.
He was hiding.
Match point.
We can end it now. Once more.
Yeah, let's go, bro. We got this.
Why does my one thing not work? I have like a thing to spot people and it doesn't work all the time.
Revealing area.
Buddy mid, watch our backs though.
Multiple enemies spotted.
Headshot.
Enemy spotted. Enemy down.
One enemy remaining.
Wow, okay. Sniper. What is he? The head his body's out.
Revealing area.
Enemy spotted. We're down here.
Ooh!
Attackers win.
We did it, bro. We did it. Woo, woo.
That sniper is OP. I got a body shot and I killed. One shot.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but they're expensive to get to.
Yeah, they are. Not too bad for my starting off kind of slow, but oh, I didn't even see my wow, I want to see my stats. That sucks.
Who, he, how, what?
I want to see my stats. See how horrible I did.
My stats? Yeah, I don't even know what I did.
Yeah, it just like kicked me right out of the thing as soon as I look for stats. Like, wow. Rude.
Right, that's,
Yeah, one of the guys on the other team,
he was mad.
yeah, he was. He's like, Tricks, you're such a bleep, bleep, bleep. Can you use any other gun besides that?
Oh, he was mad. Wait, we can hear the enemies?
No, he typed in the chat.
Hey, I don't care, bro. We won, right? That's all that matters.
That's all that matters, yep.
That's all I care about. We win. I need points. Need points. All right. Go ahead and queue up for another round here. Give me 1 second.
Not bad, but the abilities are kind of weird. What tricks?
All right, looks like our round's about to start.
Wherever they run, I will find them.
Let's go. What happened, boy? Yeah, I know.
Pops up full screen.
How does Bori know when he gets a job? Do you know? Do you have any idea?
It'll give you the
Doesn't like a pop-up come up?
Whisper. Yeah,
Who
it'll
are
be
you all? The cleanup crew?
the little bell will light up and show you that you're gonna drop. Like, you gotta whisper.
Hey.
Oh, that's a sim beacon, doesn't it? Okay.
Do it, Jim. Let's do it, bro. You ready, man? You ready, bro?
You.
I'm not ready, bro. I'm not ready.
I don't know what this thing does, but yeah, it doesn't seem like it does.
All right, we got a few seconds left, man. A few seconds left. Let's go. Let's get it. My hand is freezing. What the heck? Oh, whatever. Good luck. Oh, oh, Jim! I saw that.
Two guys know.
Yeah, when you got two on you, bro, it's dangerous.
It is, yeah, especially when
I
you
have the
got
spike.
it. Team kill is not bad, but man, that one is very inaccurate.
Spike planted.
Yeah, man.
I'm not sure what that E does for my character because it's supposed to spot people. I thought, but it doesn't.
Is there a way to see it while we're in this game? Not a way to see it.
Because the first time I used it, I spotted people, but I don't know if I'm not sure what it does actually. I don't know if it was you spotting people or it was me spotting people.
Right. Man, this chair is killing me, man. It lost all comfort.
Out
Alright,
of
let's-
charges.
Let's go.
Okay, so we got a smoke circle and a stem. So it must be a smoke circle.
Don't hold back.
Here, I'm gonna throw. Oh, they're coming.
Revealing area. There they are.
In over here. Be careful.
Enemy spot.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I think I got me.
Target down.
Down.
Spike planted. Enemy spotted.
Last player standing.
Revealing area.
So they got a cipher. He'll see what we want him to see.
Oh man. That was close, man. I wait. Did we lost that round or yeah, we lost.
Yeah, we lost it because they defused the bomb.
Keep up.
All right. Trying to think. I got my map kind of small too, so I'm thinking.
Revealing area. Enemy spotted. There they are.
Oh man, they lowered my health. Oh!
Last player.
2 shots on him.
Sucks to just be use the building.
Ultimate is ready. Message sent.
Yeah. We'll be alright. 1 player left against 3. Ouch. I don't think we're doing so well this round. Well, we did have the bomb planted.
Don't mess up that pretty face, Phoenix.
Okay, so
Yeah, they're gonna start spamming stuff. So what I'm gonna do, watch our backs though. Yeah, see.
Revealing area.
what was
Get out of my way!
On target.
One enemy remaining.
That was very well said there, Jim.
what was
Yeah, I just realized we got a big giant green crocodile up here, or crab, or hermit crab, or whatever it is. This is the Scuttle Shack. I'm hungry, but they're closed.
oh man, they're close.
Watch and learn.
They're closed.
Just because of the coronavirus.
Revealing area.
Get down, Jim. Middle. Wait.
Enemy spotted.
Oh! Oh, they were on top. She's on top of the crate. Watch it. Are you right there? Yeah, she's gonna. Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, I hate when they shoot you and you can't move. It's so dumb.
It does.
Last player.
Really, Thomas. I screwed it up, guys.
Enemy removed.
I screwed it up. Dang it. So close.
Yeah, that stun lock kind of sucks.
Oh, no.
He's like, you all boring.
Right.
Yeah, we need him in the game. That's why we suck.
Yeah, we need more.
30 seconds left.
Boring, man. Love how I'm spectating and I get more FPS than I do when I'm playing. Why is it pushing so high? Not to be that.
I have this battle.
waiting for him to pick it up.
Let them try to get through me.
Oh, maybe I had to put limited PS on. Oh yeah, okay, there we go. That's. Oh my god. I'm at 128 ping here? The heck?
Let's turn this around, squad.
Enemy spotted.
Our spike carrier's dead.
Oh, I forgot to buy items. Dang it.
My ult's ready.
Yeah, I got the kill?
I got the spike.
The heck?
Our spike carrier's down.
Last player standing.
Oh. Jim!
Around the corner camping with a shotgun. Jeez.
Put down.
Yeah, like Boris said, this is all about hipfire in this game, dude. One on his
It
left.
is.
Oh, and right there. Ouch. All right, here we go. Let's try this again. Let's win it, bro. Let's win it. Make sure I buy something. I do have an ultimate, so I'm gonna get.
Looking good. I actually got my ultimate finally. Finally got a kill. This one person really made it. Hard to get a kill with him.
This is where we win.
Because they always go to that top every time.
Revealing area. I am the hunter! Nowhere to run!
Woo! Yeah. Hey, I got one through the wall.
There's one still over there.
Behind us. Dang it, man. I couldn't get my shotgun out in time. Yeah, I don't like that complete silence on your foot. Like it's, I don't know. You should have to crouch for that, not.
Last player standing.
Oh yeah, he was spraying too much.
We're not hitting either. Nope.
Hmm.
Dang it.
We're getting
I was after
demolished.
There's no way I was gonna get there in time either.
Hmm.
Yo, Silver, that house pretty dope. Will look a lot better with some flame decals on it, right?
We try sniper. Alright, let's try it.
Pretty good. You could shoot through walls and stuff, I think, too.
We good?
How do you get all these skins? What? You know?
You're not better than me.
I do all those people over there.
Get out of my way!
Got a spike.
Revealing area.
Behind us. Oh my god, two of them.
You wonder why you always go to A or to well, there's always it.
Walk it off, G.
That's why.
Yeah.
Stay down.
Alright.
Last player standing.
Oh, no! Oh, look at that. They were like right behind each other. Hmm. Solid, you gotta try to get this game, bro.
For A, we always go to
This is like the big deal right now.
A with them. Dude, that's tough.
Not gonna
What
do.
is everybody go
I'm
to
gonna
this
do
side? Wow, okay. Oh, well, I'm gonna have a crowd over here now. That's fine.
Find their weakness.
Go this way, Jim. I'm gonna go this way, away from the team.
Revealing area. Found them.
Wow.
Wow.
Last player standing.
Come on, let's go!
Thank you, Jay. Do you have both of your chats open?
We're out.
Okay.
Got one of them here in the browser on my screen.
Okay. All right, here we go, guys. Here we go. That's it.
Reloading.
They're wondering why we go to A or A all the time. They're always or B, whichever is right. Yeah, they always have B.
Deploying drone.
Carrier is killed.
Revealing area.
Enemy spotted. Right.
Dang it, man. Come on.
How many bullets you take?
Ooh, I hate that. Thanks. You're welcome, Solid. Thank you, Jim. All you gotta do, guys, just hang on and chat. That's all you gotta do.
Person was a bullet sponge. Holy cow.
Yeah, because this game right now is in beta up until, what, summer? I don't know the exact date. But yeah, if you guys want to get on a closed beta, just gotta hang on and chat, guys. Yeah. I just gotta get used to this play style. You know, I'm so used to, like... Oh, what the...
They should have dug a deeper
30
grave.
seconds left.
Oh, she could fully revive?
Revealing area.
Last player standing. Ten seconds left.
Enemy down.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, nice one.
Take
Yeah,
out
that's how you do it, bro.
when he's blind.
I think I'm gonna switch to characters next time because this guy is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Characters really have an impact on how you play.
Yeah,
I mean, shooting your gun right, obviously, but
I don't like his abilities. They're kind of weak if you ask me.
all right, guys, we gotta get this win, guys. We gotta get this win.
Revealing area.
Watch the drone.
One down. Enemy spotted.
My ult is ready. Bullseye.
What? Dang. 34 damage
I
out 70.
am the hunter. Revealing area.
Last
Spike
player
carrier is
standing.
dead.
30 seconds left. 10 seconds left.
Revealing area. There they are.
It's not much I can do, man. Timers.
Spend all your money or give it to me. Good cause either way.
It don't help for the whole team with dead of the. So
Yeah.
quick to the-
It's good. I'm not worried about it. I'm just worried about getting these upgrades. Like right now, I'm what, second place? I mean, we're not doing well. I mean, oh well, we're still learning.
Revealing area. There they are. Nowhere to run!
What's that building do, man?
Revealing area.
Get out of my way!
One enemy remaining.
No chance.
I got the spike.
Thirty seconds left.
Revealing area.
Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining.
Take down. 3 gone.
Switching sides.
They stumble. Now is our chance.
Okay, all right. We're getting somewhere. I'm gonna put a drone out too. Where you at? Are you right here? Okay.
Let's take at least one down with us!
Deploying drone. Them.
Many enemies spotted.
Revealing area. Found them.
Guess how it works. Okay.
Eliminate.
It's going up to you, Jim. Be careful.
Spike planted.
Wait, they planted an A?
Be faster.
Revealing area. There they are. Taken out.
One enemy remaining.
All good.
Oh, can we get to disarm? Disarm it! Woo!
Good.
That was close.
That was real close, man. Yo, we're making this weird comeback all of a sudden.
Oh, they figured out how to use that guy's ability with the smoke thing. That's you have to right click to get it to actually.
Yeah. I'm gonna go over here to B since nobody's going over here. I'm gonna put out a drone so we can tag a little bit. I don't get a drone very long though, but
Never lose sight. Take flight.
Jim, hold on, give me a second. Yep, there's 3 there, careful.
Revealing area. There they are.
Careful, Jim, I left there.
What? Dang it.
Yeah, they flanked all of us. Alright, here we go.
You just shoot it.
30 seconds left. Last player standing. Spike planted.
Revealing area. Silence.
Oh!
But dang, you.
Dang, the whole squad, bro. The whole team was alive.
We got this.
What am I gonna do with that?
Yeah, it sucks too, because we go the way that they actually are. Objectives, like, so there's a whole team over here up by us. And
Yeah, we're gonna try to go around them. I'm gonna throw out a drone. I'm gonna get a drone out there, so be ready. Try to tag him for you real quick.
Take flight.
Enemy spotted.
Nothing. We're not careful. Nice, nice.
Yikes.
Revealing area. Found them.
One enemy remaining.
You fought.
What?
what the heck?
No.
Shotgun blast to the face and didn't kill him?
Yeah, from close range too. Didn't matter. I mean, I did shoot kind of low though, but still.
Yeah, still a body shot with the shotgun will blow your stomach right out and you would die. At least our strategy is a little better though. We actually got, wow, 3 and 13, yeah.
Look, don't start resting. There's still work to do.
I'm figuring out how to do the sky smokes though, so that's good. We would do the same strategy.
Tighten our defenses. Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Oh no.
Get out of my way!
Enemy spotted.
Spike planted.
Wow.
boy died that time. Man. The whole team was still there. Jeez.
Match point.
Y'all better keep up.
All right. Oh.
Revealing area.
Yeah, they're all going to A.
Spike planted.
Welcome to my world.
Revealing area.
Last player standing.
Ah, okay.
Oh, what the heck, really? Wow.
Attackers win.
All right, well, they won, so just ignore that message I sent you. I'm just going to use that for boosting something. Okay, so it tells me a new, I can unlock a thing. Are you able to or no? It showed me that I can unlock an agent now. Gotta pick one. I guess you get to choose one of your choice. That's kind of cool.
Let's see if I got anything. Nope. I don't want to. I'm going to switch characters because I don't like that guy no more.
No?
I'm learning his abilities finally, but compared to everybody else.
Yeah, right.
He does a little smoke screen that's not bad, but when your teammates are there, it's kind of distracting because you can't see through it. But it's a good way to like get, move around to the other side or something.
Yeah. Hold on, give me 1 second. I know, Bori wants that drop. Boy, you gotta be patient, man. Like, how long did we wait, Jay? Oh my gosh. We were in channels for like... Oof.
It took me about 5 days to get one. I've at least watching somebody for 2 hours. So he has to watch for 2 hours to be able to be eligible, so...
Right.
So who you gonna unlock?
I don't know, but we're gonna have to figure out something.
Where'd you get those fancy skins already?
I don't know. I think Trickspot got lucky.
I guess. Like, dang. I want those skins. Those are cool.
Unless my account's glitched.
Could be.
Yeah, watch me lose it again once the game comes out.
Yeah.
Let me see. My bad, Jim. Give me a second, bro.
Give me time to get a snack.
Yeah. Go ahead, grab a snack. I'm making a post real quick.
Yeah, I'm just eating some Cheez-Its.
Right.
Do I have any viewers? Nope. One viewer. Wow.
Right. Probably because they just handed out like a large wave of keys now, so like more people are playing than watching. It'll take time, bro. If you just keep going at it, you'll get it. Yeah, right now we're still down there.
We're a bunch of noobs, so I think we'll watch a bunch of noobs.
You're right. Yeah, just disconnected my my tablet. Gotta keep my tablet on, man.
Ooh, what'd you do that for?
What happened?
What'd you do to your tablet? It broke?
Oh, no, the charger came out.
Oh.
Yeah, we did pretty bad. I don't know who to unlock, man. There's different agents. I mean, I want to get like one of the chicks. Maybe see Ray. She's a duelist. So duelists are self. Yeah. Well, who was I playing as? He was the only one with that class. Everybody else is controller, duelist. He's a controller. Sentinel. Oh, Breach is another one. They challenge angles by setting up their team to contested ground. Yeah. Okay.
You gotta figure out what actually plays next time, because that guy, he's... Incendiary is not bad. The Sky Smoke kind of sucks, because you have to click it, and then you have to like right click to place it, which is kind of sucks.
Right. And so I posted his, which is good. Oh my god, I just launched the wrong. I just opened up FaceRig. Oh my gosh. I hate when I do that.
That's gonna make you lag big time.
You're right. I would love to use FaceRig, but you'll need a double PC setup for that. I mean, if I'm playing low-end games, yeah. Maybe like this, I probably could, but if I was playing at 60 FPS, sure, no problem. But yeah, FaceRig puts a big toll, man.
They did change some stuff in there, so it's
Maybe it's better.
optimized. Yeah, because
It might
I've
be.
seen something about that, and they made it so even like lower-end PCs can actually use it, but it's your settings are like really low.
Yeah, I did see some extra settings. You can modify more now. You can change the FPS, the resolution, like you can change the quality now, or like the fur. There's the stuff which is kind
Yeah, I got it and I was gonna try it out, but yeah, it's on my computer right now. It's bad.
Yeah.
Even with low optimization and I turn all the settings as low as I can, it's still laggy. I can move my mouth, it'll take like 5 seconds in the stream to actually move. Bad.
I got that posted on social media, which is good.
I think I might do that. Phoenix.
I don't know, man. Because it seems like right now we got a bunch of duelists. There's 2 duelists playable, 1 controller and 1 initiator. So I probably want another controller or initiator.
Ray's, he's got a rocket launcher, which is really good because it'll instant
Yeah.
kill anybody that's in the area. So that's a good one.
Ullman seemed pretty good too.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
I'm just gonna lock one just to have them. What's Viper? Viper does poison cloud, equip the gas emitter, fire to throw the emitter that perpetually remains throughout the round. Reuse the ability to create toxic gas cloud at the cost of fuel. You know what? I'll just unlock her.
She's the one that puts up the gas cloud thingy that.
Are you ready? Or you still need time, or?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Great. All right, let's go. Let's get another round in. Oh, by the way, we gotta tell Boyd the good news. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Our game is not completely broken.
That was a big relief, man.
It sucked though, but it was a huge relief because, oh no, somebody took mine. No.
No. If you want, I could switch. Who are you? You want to be him? Here, I'll be her. Or are you gonna switch? Who's going what? I'm confused.
I'm trying to decide who I want to do. This one here's a revive.
Oh, she does the revive? She's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think I'll try her.
Okay.
Wherever they run, I will find them.
Let's go, showtime!
Maybe get some extra bonus points. And of course, I do healing too, so I can heal.
Today's Monday?
Yep.
I'm not going shopping right now. I'm gonna wait, bro. I'm gonna wait till like next week.
I can
Cause ain't people, everybody's rich right now. Or wait, no, they already handed out the stimulus, right? Stimulus is done?
Nope.
What?
They're still gonna be going for the next 3 weeks.
Are you serious?
Yep.
Man, cause what was that? I went to Walmart, bro. I'm not dealing with that again. The lines were insane, bro.
I like how when you cut the wall, it actually leaves a mark.
Right, right. This level looks like a Counter-Strike level.
Revealing area.
Macaroni.
He's here. Oh, okay.
Everybody got loud feet.
I know.
Right. Oh, what the hell? Oh, the doors are open like Counter-Strike? I'm done, bro. Wait, is this a Counter-Strike map?
Enemy killed.
Very simple.
Dude.
Who's in here?
How can I hear the game? The game feels so low still.
For you.
Revealing area.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh, that was close. That was close. I can't believe I'm playing Valorant.
I kind of backed it. I came over there and backed you up. Like, don't know if I'm gonna do anything, but.
Right, right. Alright, I never used my Q ability yet, so we'll see what this is all about. You still have to wait an hour and a half and wait, like Boyd left. He's like, he's like, nope.
Stay safe.
All the fall damage. Oh, lost 20 hit points. Oh,
Oh no.
Revealing area.
destroyed my boat.
Shock dart.
That's pretty good though.
No! Okay. There were quite a few of them down.
Spike planted.
I made a bird of it.
Oh, nice shot.
Oh. We lost the first round? What?
Continue to
How?
give us vision, Sova.
It happens, man. It happens, bro. Don't worry. We're gonna do this again. There's a lot of maps for being a beta, so pretty much the game is done. They're just like testing the matchmaking. I'm not jumping out that window. That's a good sniper spot, though.
Bunch of guys here.
Revealing area.
Enemy spotted.
Out of charges.
Enemy spotted.
Shock dart.
Oh, my bad, Jim.
I know exactly where you are.
The hell?
Wait, what the heck was
How'd he do that? How'd he get me? Oh, right there, right there. Oh!
Found them.
Good one, Jim. Good, good.
Spike planted.
Oh.
Fire in the hole!
Last player standing.
Man, they were too far away. I couldn't do anything. It's about to blow.
Oh man, it's stunned. That stun lock sucks.
Yeah, that stun is pretty brutal.
Yo, Sova, that
I
house
didn't know
pretty
guns
dope.
actually stunned
Look
you
a
when you
lot
got
better
shot
with
by
some
them.
flame
Like, yeah,
decals
they
on.
do now.
Right?
Oh yeah. All right. Well, let's. Don't worry. We got this next round. We got this.
We kinda got a bad team.
No, it's all good, bro. I mean, if I'm on top, that's how I know we got a bad team. Because I'm not good at this game. But don't worry, I'm gonna get us a drone here real quick.
Drone.
There's 3 over there, 3.
Revealing area. There they are.
Oh.
I see someone.
Enemy spotted.
Wow, by the crates.
Oof, I got blinded.
Pure luck.
I did 90 damage to that guy. That shot me.
No.
Killed me, but-
Oh, don't worry, boy. You're gonna get it, bro. You're gonna get it. Just hang around. We're gonna get you one, bro. Let us know if you see the pop-up.
Last player standing.
Why are you using the pen?
Unbelievable.
Spike planted.
Stop being a cheapskate. Buy some weapons. I think I found your. We got your brother as a teammate.
Careful.
He's being whoever it is being cheap.
Can't believe it, guys. All right, let's switch out. Let's go with the Spectre. Let's get this. Let's get the Shockwave bolt. Let's go, guys.
I'm gonna wall off this area here.
Oh. Got this, bro. We got this. I'm gonna
Revealing area. Found them. Shock dart.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Wow, what the hell was that? A decoy? I shot a decoy.
Spike planted.
Yeah, don't forget, guys. If you guys are here right now, don't forget. I'm glad the command's actually working, though. All right, let's keep it up. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, Jim, you're down too. Who are you playing as now? The healer, right?
Last player standing.
Or no, you didn't pick her.
Yeah, I got the other. Yeah, I got rushed by 2 people.
Fire in the hole!
Yeah, look, see? That guy was a decoy.
That was messed up.
Who
How
are
about the other
you?
person?
Copy of
They
me?
just got rocket launcher.
Where did you come from?
All right, that's it, bro. Step up our odds here.
Wall up that one area. So they have to go the other way.
Out of charges. Shock dart.
Multiple enemies spotted.
Revealing area. Found them. I am the hunter!
Ah, whatever. I did 20 damage to the wall.
One enemy remaining.
Revealing area.
I see someone.
3 gone. A second
Right.
wind. Let your senses come
Let's do
alive.
it, bro. Getting that comeback. It's 1 in 5, though. We really need to step up our A game here.
Do you like the wall strategy, or should we do something different?
I don't know. See a lot of people using the wall. I don't know.
We can push them back.
Go the other way.
Oh yeah,
Out of
you just
charges.
remind me. I got to buy
Out of charges. Shock dart. Out of charges. Revealing area.
buddy over there, really? Ow. Careful, Jim. I think we're good.
One enemy remaining.
They all went the other direction.
We were gonna gank up on him anyway. Alright, let's do it.
What must be
We
done?
just were slow to the party.
Huh?
We were just a little slow to the party.
right, right. They're probably gonna come this way this time, so be careful. What's up, Ice? Alright. Here we go, bro. Here we go.
Shock dart. Revealing area.
Yeah, go this way again.
There's one. One could be right in front of you, bro. Be careful.
Die.
81.
Sit down.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
What health did you left? Oh my god.
Revealing area.
Don't forget to use your ultimates.
30 seconds left.
Never give up.
Pete, holy cow.
Woo!
You could use your ultimates too, so you don't have to.
I know I didn't have any. I still need 2 more kills.
Oh, you don't have any? Wow. It showed on my screen that you had like 4.
Really? No, I ain't have 4.
Wow.
I wish.
I have 1 now. I got a whole thing. What?
Over clutching it. Woo! I'm getting better, boy. I'm getting better. Well, I'm so happy for myself. You know. We got this, Jeb. We got this, bro.
Shock dart.
Careful, one's over there.
Revealing area.
To the right. Let them go first.
Yeah.
Oh, chat's not available. What? Wow. They're hiding right in the gap over there to the left. So watch it. You could probably just run past and they won't be able to get you. Oh, you're shooting too much. But that you did.
I know exactly.
You got it. You did shoot them good though. You got them in the head.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Dang.
Jim.
I had full healed myself too, and I still.
Ooh. Oh.
Embarrassing.
Holy cow.
Fire in the hole!
Yowzers.
Shot my
What?
booty.
Wait, do they still need to disarm or?
Mess up that pretty face, Phoenix.
We're all still here.
They planted the bomb, so. Or, yeah, they did plant the bomb, didn't they? I do have a revive, so if somebody dies before I die, I can revive them.
Okay, cool.
Shock dart. Revealing area.
Careful, I think they shot your wall down. I'm gonna go check it.
Oh, there's a whole team of
Oh, I screwed up. I don't like this holding shift crap, man. I wish they could toggle it, or I'm gonna change it. I don't like the fact that that's.
fake.
Heads up.
Why are they only using a pistol? What the...
Yeah. I don't know what everybody forgot to buy. Or maybe they're working on a challenge, because you get challenges here too. Oh, nice. Well, that was a good shot.
That was, yeah.
Last player standing.
4 people in that area when I went in there.
Hmm. At our bomb? Well, we won. Oh wait, no, we lost actually. Oh, did we plant?
So, yeah, they planted.
In the
Oh,
wild, fire
Our
means
teammate was trying
life.
to keep his weapon.
You be our fire,
and he got
Phoenix.
burned.
oh yeah, we're still defending. You're. Dang.
Like,
Revealing area. Shock dart. I am the hunter!
Nothing.
Spike planted.
Revealing area.
Go to the left. Oh, they planted anyway.
Enemy spotted.
Yeah. Wow.
not taking
Last
my
round
weapon.
before the switch.
Nothing will be
You are
safe
not taking my
after this.
weapon.
Use it.
You are not getting my weapons.
Let's switch sides. I'm gonna go this way.
Okay. It sucks that they kill you after the match is over. You lose your.
Yeah, that's stupid. Also kill yourself.
Yeah. Somebody tried to come killing me. I killed them. But you take my weapon.
Revealing area.
Wow, they knew exact. Yeah, watch it.
Last player standing.
Our team, bro. I'm not trying to be mean, bro. But what are they? What they're doing?
Switching sides.
Level heads until we're home, yes? Good.
Okay.
All right, let's do this. That's it. It's showtime, Jeb. Let's go. Let's go. 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 Go.
Hey.
The Canadian Knights must be ours.
Revealing area. Shock dart.
Wow. Okay. Got some hits on him.
Last player standing.
Oh, at least we planted. But don't matter. They still disarmed.
Wow. This would be
Wow.
gonna be toxic now too, huh? I'm wonder what CFT is going to look like now that I got a better monitor.
But like I said, bro, like I said, I mean, unless you're playing at 60 FPS before all the time, I mean, you're not going to see a big difference with 75. I don't really see a difference unless you're at like at 90 or 100. That's when I start to see it visually. I don't know if they sell 100 hertz monitors though. But you got FreeSync though, so that's great. That means your games are going to run more fluid, like smoothly. You're not going to get like that image tear,
Trust in my
you know,
faith.
shenanigans. All right, that's it. It's showtime, bro.
Yeah, so far I haven't had no lag or anything at all. Which I'm
Nah,
surprised.
not with this game. You're not going to, bro.
Well, pretty much any game I get lag in.
Revealing area.
Whoa!
Wow,
Shot down.
you shot
And it heals bad.
Yeah, this is bad when all of our teammates got pistols.
Last player standing.
Oh!
Well, I've got you from behind.
Yeah, but it's okay. I took them out though.
Yeah. Oh, it sucks though with these teammates, man. Every one of them got pistols.
Yeah, I think that, like I said, I think they're working on challenges.
Charges left.
I think so, yeah. I don't at a disadvantage.
Yeah, that was obvious.
If you're not a good shot today, don't worry. There are other ways to be useful.
I'm getting used to it a little bit, but I do need to try out different characters. Like, I got used to this character, but I don't know.
Okay, I guess I got it.
But you're the healer, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Do you still have the revive ability or no?
Yeah, I got one of them.
Revealing area.
Hold on, hold on. What's our teammate doing?
Shot down.
Where is everyone hiding?
Oh, behind us!
Last player standing.
Wow, bro. The fact they came in like that, bad, dude. Like,
Match point.
not even gonna ask. They're trolling now, like that. Hmm. Oh well.
I got four,
Overtake
five,
them.
if I can reuse them, so someone can go first.
Revealing area. Shot down.
Wow. I mean, behind the wall, but I forgot his bullet penetration. In
Wow, okay.
Cage triggered.
Last player standing.
doing, bro? Yeah, they're just focused on it. I think they're just doing mission objectives. Like, they're not. I don't think they care if they want to lose or not.
Yeah, that sucks when you get like, people like this.
Defenders win.
Hmm.
Like, at least if you're gonna focus on a challenge, at least try to win the too. It's not.
Right, right. Well, yeah. Oh, earn rewards. What's
Product
this?
to beat the floor. What? Wow. Someone apparently shot somebody through the floor. That's
Yeah.
a nice glitch.
No, there's bullet pen. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, he must have been above somebody and somebody was below him with buildings and shot him. That sucks.
all right, let's get the next one in. Hmm.
Oops.
I don't know. I'll try her.
This guy's snipe. So he's got curveball, hot hands. Oh, that's nice. Ooh. Also, we got 2 hours, so now he could get drops.
Okay. We got a bunch of duelists. We got 3 of them, I think. Woo! It's already been 2.5 hours? Jeez.
Yep. One of the guys is crying because you're not picking your character faster.
Oh,
I muted him.
I muted people in general.
Yeah,
I did that because I had to step away. You're right. You rather me be AFK in game or use that 70 seconds for something else?
Just me, my squadzinho, and a few tons of dynamite. There's nothing we can't do. Reloading.
your normal strategy the only place.
Um.
So nobody ever goes this way, because yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how. I never played her before, so let me see what she. Left, right click or right click? The hell do I do with that? Oh! I have to spike, really?
Oh no, blinded myself. No. What the?
Ah!
Enemy spotted.
I'm almost dead. I got 5 hit. High health points.
Right.
Careful.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Oh! Oh, I hate the
10
pistol
seconds
round.
left.
Yeah, that recoil. You gotta tap that fire rate, bro. Can't hold it.
Dang,
No aim assist here, man.
I didn't hit him at all. Wow. Wow. don't like Miss Thermal. That thing sucks. I played it
Yeah.
myself.
I don't know if I'm really feeling her too much. I mean, she seems cool, but I have to see what her abilities is all about.
Can someone get this?
Okay, so I'm gonna put a firewall over this way.
Forward!
Toxins going up. Poison orb emitting. Poison toxin screen down. Poison orb emitting. Toxins going up. Toxin screen down. Poison's off. Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
30 seconds left.
Toxins going up.
Our spike carrier's down.
Toxin screen down.
10 seconds left. Last player standing.
I don't know. Her abilities are... they're okay. I don't know.
Poison orb emitting.
Enemy
Bunch of
spotted.
guys here.
Poison's off.
The whole team over here.
Enemy spotted. Bye.
Toxins going up.
Enemy spotted.
Poison orb emitting. Toxin screen down.
Wow. Okay.
Enemy down. Toxins going up. Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
I don't know where her ultimate's gonna be, but
30 seconds left.
people left.
Toxins going up.
Ten seconds left.
Oh,
Poison orb emitting. Toxin screen down.
Enemy spotted.
Poison orb emitting. Toxin screen down. Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
There we go.
Guess you lost all your weapons though.
Yeah, I did. Oh man.
The bomb will kill you. Yeah, I'm not gonna buy that stupid curveball. I think it's like blade me every time. I don't think you're gonna throw it yet. I think you can go down and throw it.
We got a few seconds, bro. You ready for this, man? Do it.
Ready as a kid, me.
Poison orb emitting.
Enemy spotted.
Poison's off.
Harder. Enemy spotted.
Enemy spotted.
Toxins going up. Spike carrier killed. Toxin screen down. Terminated. Goodbye. My ultimate is ready. Toxins, poison orb.
Oh.
One enemy remaining.
Oh.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Dying.
What?
Sucked.
Wow.
There's a tank. Ate them bullets for supper. Yum 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 yum.
No. Like close range and I still couldn't kill him. What the heck? It's kind of over jet. I'm just like, yo, those bullets are killing. Good thing my teammate was hiding in the corner.
Leave no trace of them.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
Prepare for hellfire!
Toxins going up. Don't get in my way. Toxin screen down.
Fire in the hole!
30 seconds left.
Health, man.
Last player standing.
Okay, guys, step it up here. Oh. Ouch.
I hear them scream.
Alright, guys, let's hold it down. We're gonna go at it again. Come on. Come on.
Can someone get this? Let's fly. Base.
Poison orb emitting.
Watch this.
Poison's off.
I see multiple enemies. Time for the fireworks.
Oh no, I took a big chunk out of him.
Enemy down.
Hmm.
Enemy spotted.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Did we get the clutch?
Enemy spotted.
Ooh! There you go. I'm getting used to my chick now. I
The
guess
slow fields are so annoying.
she's okay to some aspects, but
Nowhere to run!
Poison orb emitting.
Enemy spotted.
Poison's off.
Headshot.
Enemy spotted.
My ult's ready.
Dead fool.
One enemy remaining.
Squashed. Toxins going up.
30 seconds left.
Okay, take a break, guys.
there we go. We did it. Good job, bro.
See anybody.
Hmm?
I didn't even see one enemy.
Can someone get this?
Right?
Thank you.
I guess I'm getting used to it a little bit, but it's hard.
Idiots, the spike, now.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
Opponent killed.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Enemy spotted. Rest. Enemy spotted.
Last player standing.
Oh, it's too far. Man. What's up, Pretty Girl? Oh, wow, wow, wow. Okay.
One enemy remaining.
See how you got that kill by not just tapping it? Way to do it, man.
That gun is a single shot.
Keep your fire going, Phoenix.
I think it's the rifles. They kind of suck.
Alright, let's get in there, guys.
I need to use it on that one there. So I got that kill. I got stuck reloaded.
Let's get the advantage.
orb emitting. Poison's off.
One enemy remaining.
Unavoidable. Spike planted. Enemy spotted. Just give me a moment.
No charges left.
This is a sea of Avatar, right? What's up, Portic Zero? Yeah, no, we're not playing CTs right now. If we were, Iridar would probably be here. Hold on, guys. Let's back it out here real quick. See what we got. Right, like a Bori. Oh my God!
Let's go.
All right, let's keep this up, guys.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Spike carrier is killed.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
Stay down.
Prepare for hellfire!
One enemy remaining.
Enemy killed. Enemy spotted.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
I'm twitchy here. Let's go already.
An Australian streamer or like an awesome streamer? Is that what you're saying? Right. Right, guys. Come on. Here we go. Here we go.
Show you how the boss does it.
Enemy spotted. Enemy
Fire in the hole!
Here goes the party.
Toxins going up.
Get across, Jim.
Toxin screen down.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
What the heck? What did you take, dude?
One enemy remaining.
Killed.
Thirty seconds left.
Still here, amigo.
Last round in the half.
Can't take anything with us after this.
Australia. Gotcha. Okay. All right, Portic Zero. All right, that's cool. That's good.
Can someone get this? Thank you.
All right, let me see here. We got 13 seconds, guys. I got everything. I think we got everything. I think we're good. Any luck yet, guys? Any luck yet? All right, dude. Let's pull this down, bro. Walls up, Brad. I'm gonna put the wall down.
Screen down.
Clear. Alright. Make sure you take your knife out so you run faster. They're gonna be right here. Be careful. Oh, he's weak.
We're out.
Wrong, buddy.
Oh no!
Oh,
Sucks. Shouldn't have reloaded.
you should have. Yeah, I was gonna say, did you have a light machine gun? You should have had to reload.
Yeah, I reloaded it by instinct because
Oh no. No.
I could have destroyed both those guys. Just kept firing.
Okay. Okay.
30 seconds left.
Wow. Okay.
Correct. Here come.
Nowhere to run!
Jeez, they're throwing everything at that one person.
Last player standing.
Oh. No. Yeah, I just feel like her toxins. This character I'm at, like she's not. Dude, I don't know. Like. I don't know about her toxins.
Some of these characters' abilities are kind of.
Yeah, I know. They're kind of. Is what it is.
I had that little fireball thing, but that thing doesn't do any damage if it does hit somebody. What is the point of it?
Yeah, I know.
Nuisance?
Yeah, I don't know.
The walls like.
Breathe deep.
Like hers is all like. I don't know. Like the radius is so short. Careful. We're not even over here.
Spike planted.
I hate that body blocker stuff.
We ain't got a choice. We're gonna have to run it. We're gonna have to run it in. They got it. Wow, I hit like. How did they plant so fast? Our whole team went one way.
Yep. I hit one of them with some damage, but that pistol, even the sheriff sucked.
Yeah, I like the last guy better. I mean, she's okay, this toxic chick, but like I said, just to hit her like stuff, nah. I'm over at A. Luckily, we got some people at B. We just gotta play defensive. I mean, we really shouldn't even be attacking, really.
Yeah, we should just like stay.
Let's go.
Yeah, we're trying to. White Fang, how's it going? Welcome back, by the way. People are just hanging out, trying to get some drops, you know. All right, let me Ow. It.
Enemy spotted.
Wow. That sucked.
Enemy spotted.
I'm gonna do this right here.
Your fault.
Open. Our whole team is dead at B, man. They're gonna be planning over there. Oh.
Toxins going up.
Yeah, they're planning.
Spike planted.
Toxin screen down. Poison orb emitting. Poison off.
Last player standing.
Wow, okay. Can you remind us? Getting hurt. Oh,
Woo!
Only thought that was close.
that was.
How you doing, bro? Oh, I took one for the team.
That was good. I couldn't even hit you, Stanley.
Oh, yeah, you feel me, right? Bang, I hope you've been great, man. You know, this whole quarantine going on is crazy. It's insane right now, you know? Glad to see you're doing well for yourself. Yeah, we got it, bro. Hey, I pulled that clutch.
Let's fly.
I thought I was gonna die.
I see like 3 guys come in, like, oh, three dead.
No charges left.
Prepare for hellfire!
My ultimate isn't ready.
One down.
Not good, bro. Not good. We gotta hold it
Spike
down.
planted.
You think they're going to be? We're all over here.
Yeah, they're going to be. It's
No charges left.
I got 5 health.
Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining.
See ya. I will not die here.
Whew, that was close.
I was.
Oh, congratulations, White Fang. That's really good. That's a really good thing.
Area.
You know, especially if that's something you want to do. I don't know. It's,
Yeah, I have one ability on my character.
it'd be definitely be a good adventure, that's for sure.
Like, throw it around the corner. It sucks because it's so hard to aim it.
It's tough, man. Here, I'm gonna go this way because there's too many people to the. No, I'm gonna go left. Or I don't know what we're doing. Everybody's in.
Clawing at our wall. Pathetic.
Seems like they go to B every time, so we might as well go to B.
Yeah.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
Yeah, they're definitely a B. Nice gank though.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Message sent.
Spike planted.
Alright, so where are these guys?
For you.
There's a shortage with that right now? Oh, okay. Just be careful though.
One enemy remaining.
Get out of my way. Time here would be
Blood.
Oh no!
nobody's a hero when they're crying for air.
Yeah, I can't believe it's 4 in the morning, bro. Time flew. I go left. Boom, bum, bum, boom, da da dum, bum, 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 bum,
Don't hold
bum.
back.
Are you ready, bro? Ooh.
Poison orb emitting.
We're definitely not over there.
Poison's off.
Right here. So we just
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Spike planted.
Bum bum bum. Aw, man, a B? Oh god, we're all over here. Oh!
Last player standing.
Did I die before I turned the wall? It's already GG. Got 4 people to your right.
oh, okay.
None of my stuff has malfunctioned yet.
Oh man!
Celebrate that.
Oh man!
I never had to die, and maybe I can be the last one alive.
All good, bro. It's all good. We'll get it. We'll get it. Yeah, don't forget, guys. I know there's a lot of you here, right? Or oh, I'm sorry, Jim. Yeah, don't forget, guys. Hold on. You guys are here right now. Wait, I can't even type it right. What the heck?
Enemy spotted.
Yo, there we go. Careful, Jim.
Nowhere to run!
Poison orb emitting.
What's coming in?
Poison off.
Enemy killed.
Dead fool.
You do it, bro. That's how you do it, man. The heck? They're gonna be planting somewhere. Be careful.
Spike planted.
That B.
Yeah, they always go to B. What the heck? Wow. I tried to put my weapon.
Last player standing.
Oh, where's the cover fire for the teammate?
I was trying to put my wall up to block him out.
Nah, just this other chick. I was right there, almost had it defused.
I tried to put my wall up, but it wouldn't put me up. Let me put it up top. I had to be down at the bottom. That's like I could have blocked that one wall. They couldn't get through. Well, that sucked.
Oh, just in your cup.
Had my wall ready and everything to put
Keep
it on
them
that
back.
one doorway, and yeah, it wouldn't let me do it. I had to be on the ground.
Alright, well, we got it, bro.
Yep, they're over here.
Enemy spotted.
Poison orb emitting. Don't get in my way. Poison's off.
I like this. This is cool.
Yeah, that her ultimate's pretty sweet.
That is. I haven't even got to try my ultimate yet. Available, but
Enemy spotted.
Definitely they're going to be planning a B, so be ready. They know we're coming.
30 seconds left. Spike planted. Last player.
Oh, I got one.
Enemy down.
Oh, you died, Jim? Nope. Good, sweet. You got 2 left, though. 2 left, 2 left. Oh.
so they went around. Wow.
Man.
Okay.
Hate that. We always gotta like go so far for the bomb.
I know. It's always B2. We just need to just head to B. Like, every
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, I'm just going B. These guys obviously can't defend B, like shooting walls and stuff. Careful.
Enemy spotted.
Oh man.
Enemy spotted. Put down. Oh, you ain't coming back.
Wow, okay.
Or he said you're fired. Or my bad.
Dude, so
You're not fired. You're
fire.
yeah.
I did 25 damage.
Look, we got an AFK player, bro. Come on.
Man.
Worst time to go AFK.
Yep.
I'm talking about me about picking characters. This is the people in game. Like that's when it's crucial. You gotta be careful. This is Flame FK too.
30
Yeah.
seconds left. Spike planted.
Crazy. I did 25 damage to one guy, 151 damage to another guy, 100. Finally died. Did so much damage, but only got 1 kill out of it.
Oh, Bori said, now I remember where you got that sound bit from. Wow, really? Wow. You gotta be a father to know that one. I think all the dads would know. No matter what age you are.
What was it?
Once you get kids, you start learning things differently. And sometimes dad got like dad jokes that most people don't get. Oh. Actually, this is a really great question, Jim. Do you think this game will come out for console? I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. It could come for console if they want to go that route, but I don't know if they are or not. Because Counter-Strike did really bad on console. It didn't even get nowhere. But 360 wasn't. You said what?
I think that's why they're not going to have it on console, because it never good.
Yeah, because this type of game is usually
PC only.
PC. Yeah, PC players are usually into these kind of games. But it'd be nice to see console. I don't know. If it depends on the company if they want to go that route or not.
Yeah, I seen somebody ask about that on a stream, and they said absolutely no.
Yeah, I doubt it. If I was right, I wouldn't do it. I'm not trying to be mean. Judging by how Counter-Strike did, I would be scared to take that approach.
Yeah, I would do it.
But usually games like these are like tournaments, competitions, and things like that in that nature.
Yeah, I think this is one of those games that everybody's going to be pro on. Good at it.
You know, but Overwatch came out for console, and it did really well. It might. You know, arena games is becoming a thing for console.
Heads up.
Spike planted.
Nice, sir.
Enemy spotted.
And of course, yeah, I'd be.
You want to play, but no PC. Honestly, though, White Fang, there's different alternatives for that, though. I think it would recede better on console. It could. It could.
E. Or is that B?
Yeah, it could. I mean, yeah, crossplay thing. Yeah, crossplay would be kind of sweet though.
Ouch.
But
Last player standing.
Come on, man. B, man. Always B. Come on, guys. God.
Match point.
Obviously, these guys don't know how to do it.
yeah, almost took a B. One of the people is stuck. What do you shoot me for? Because game froze.
Tighten our defenses.
Poison orb emitting. No fuel. Poison's off.
They're coming up top. Careful, I think.
Prepare for hellfire!
Oh!
That thing hurts.
Last player.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Attackers win.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know about this chick. She's okay. I don't know.
Came very soon at the end. Ooh, shit, I don't like her yet. Right. Okay. Okay, I know I got a name. Yeah, you don't have to tell me twice. I'm gonna do Raise. The Rocket Launcher Girl. Yeah, I'll recook the title. That's what it is.
Thomas is right. I think we're all fired.
You're losing to 200.
Yeah, it's pretty much the.
Yeah, they got 250 ping. They could like teleport across the map.
Everybody's calling it the CS:GO killer, so I don't know. We'll see. Was never really a big fan of CS:GO, so I don't know. This is like different for me, you know. So I'm trying to get used to the meta. Very different.
My stream's actually doing good still. Wow. Still got one view. Keep it strong. Oh no, what the heck?
Back me up, boy. All right, guys, we got a match. I don't know who to play this time. Who are you gonna go with, Jay? You know?
I just got a new character, so I'm gonna try her. Raise.
Okay.
As long as somebody don't take her. She's got a rocket launcher. I liked. What is her abilities? Okay, blast pack. Instantly throw a blast pack with the 6 to surface reuse the ability after deployment to detonate. Ooh, nice. Equip a cluster grenade. Wow. Oh yeah, that's the one that keeps hitting the boom bot. Ooh. Oh, she's got some explosive stuff. Nice. I like that. Boris, just I feel your pain. I've been there before too.
Keep a healthy distance. I burn hot.
Alright, my bad, Jim. Alright, let's do this, bro. Let's go left, I guess. Get that one extra player. We got.
I got some blow up things, so this is gonna be fun.
What did I pick? Oh, I picked this guy again. That's right. Man, I haven't played him in a while.
Revealing area.
Ow!
There they are.
Yep, there they are. There they are. Got 3 coming mid. Oh, our girl got wrecked, yo.
Clean.
Come on, man! Damn recoil! Too much! I hate pistols. Ugh.
One enemy remaining.
Wow. Okay, yeah, awesome. Gotta take 2 guys to kill 1 guy with a pistol. Awesome.
Wait, are we attack? Are we?
Planted.
I don't even know if we're defense or not.
I think we're...
Yeah, the pain is real, guys.
Charges left.
Yeah, no drop yet? How long have we been live? Should see if something popped in now. If not, it takes some time, Bori. I mean, because there's like 29 people in this chat right now that I'm looking at. Got 29 people.
Last player standing.
Ooh, nice clutcheroni.
Oh, was that important?
Yeah. You can tell people really want to win the drops now, bro. Look at that. 29 people just chilling. Not the actual view count, but 29 in total just sitting there. Oh yeah, I'm watching them. I see them. Bum, 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 bum.
Yeah, I like this character, this person a lot better because she's got explosive items, which are pretty good. Did that hurt you when I blew that thing up though?
Come on, let's go.
Ooh, what?
That pack, like, did that pack hurt you when I blew it up?
Oh, what the hell? Did I just teleport? How do I get out of here? Oh, door's open. Oh.
Yeah, it's teleporting it.
Revealing area. Found them.
Last player standing.
Wow.
That's one thing I think they need to remove is that stun lock. That sucks.
I don't like the stun. It's pretty. I mean,
Careful now.
every game has its own thing, though. So I mean, that's what they want to do.
Spike planted.
It does. They're trying to keep players constrained from like moving about and jumping like Halo and Call of Duty. Like, see how still that player was? Like, that's what they're trying to do. But Counter-Strike was the same way.
That was bad. I was just watching this. Yes, yeah. Why say GG? Person standing perfectly still and 3 shots to get that shot.
Come on, guys, take out their healer. It's super annoying to kill people twice.
Even this game sucks. Oh, I can't buy anything. No, can't buy no shields.
Yeah.
Wow. Right.
Keep them out.
Revealing area. Deploying drone.
Enemy spotted.
Oh, come on. Like, I couldn't move.
Satchel out.
They should do like revives, kind of like Mega Attack. Watch your left. Watch your left. One real close.
Spike planted.
Oh, I hate that slowdown. That sucks. Get stuck in that, you're done for.
That's pretty much.
It's like you
Last
hold
player
shift and
standing.
You can't move. That's how you do that. Okay.
Flawless.
All right, here we go. Oh shoot, I need items.
Don't hold back.
Boy said Jim needs to learn how to aim. Oh gosh, what am I doing?
Revealing area. Out of charges. Shock dart.
Wow. I love how they don't show replays because they know better.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Enemy spotted.
Oh, what the? I can't run, though. Warm up.
Spike planted.
That's totally not a bad team.
Yeah. I wish there was a few more obstacles in the game though, like in the middle, like more
Last player
close
standing.
quarter combat. Like there's too much open widespread.
There is, yeah.
Hmm. Okay.
Let's try this one. Got a kill though, that was cool. I used my one of my abilities to get a kill. Oh, your abilities do not get kills. Yeah, I do too. I just got it.
Revealing area. There they are. Shock dart.
Multiple enemies spotted. Spike spotted. Yikes. Enemy spotted.
Come on, let's go. Get out of here.
One enemy remaining.
Look sharp.
Revealing area.
30 seconds left. Last player standing. Ten seconds left.
Shock dart.
Much. That aimbot finally working.
What? Oh my god, Jim, you're funny, dude.
Well, maybe you didn't restart your computer so you could.
Oh gosh.
The first few games that like
I don't know.
glitched out so it didn't work.
Right. Alright, let's do this, man.
Got my robot ready to go murder some people.
Revealing area. Found them. Shock dart. My ult is ready. I am the hunter! Take flight.
One of them's pretty bad.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Wow, man.
The aimbot broke.
Yeah, it did. I shot in her face, bro, but it didn't like register as a one hit. I guess. Crosshair was right on it.
That shot, I was like, wow, what the heck?
I mean, I did get out of like range after a bit, but I mean the first shot landed good. Back to boot camp.
This one's like some other stuff.
Protect our homeland. Revealing area.
Oh my god, who threw the ice? Oh.
Shock dart.
Enemy spotted. Your fault. Spotted.
Shock dart.
Enemy spotted.
Dang it.
Where they are.
Oh my god. Did my teammate not see that person next to me?
Apparently not.
Wow, like okay.
One enemy remaining.
Holy crap, that was
Yeah, like
that was a spray?
that was, yeah.
Jeez.
Missed 15 shots. Like,
Oh, gunshots were like this in Call of Duty, man.
30
That'd be
seconds
nice.
left.
But that would never happen.
I know.
I just wish this game had no crosshair, bro.
I know.
They really simplified it with that. Like
Last
they need
player
to.
standing.
I mean, they'll probably keep it for casual and maybe remove it for rank. I don't
Possibly, yeah.
think.
They're
Wasn't.
gonna have rake when it comes out, yeah.
They want to dance? I'll leave.
They're gonna have rake eventually when it launches, so that's gonna be probably no crosshairs.
Right, right.
Hopefully.
That was a big ouchie ouch, guys. Big ouchie ouch. Yeah, we're gonna hold it down. Let's go. Let's get it. We got a few seconds here.
I honestly think the reload times.
Revealing area. There they are. Shock dart.
Oh no.
Shock dart. Deploying drone.
Joke's over! You're dead!
I know exactly where you are.
Enemy spotted. Walking off, G. Spike spotted.
Enemy spotted.
Wow. Okay. Whatever, man. Whatever. Maybe wall hack. I don't know. Pure luck. Knew exactly where I was. Unless they threw something that detected, but nothing said detected. I hear the snoring. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, because nothing on my screen, you know when something says you've been detected or
30
whatever,
seconds left.
nothing popped up, dude, and he knew exactly where I was. I hope this game doesn't become like that, bro. That's the reason why I left Counter-Strike. It was confirmed that even the pros were cheating, bro, and I was like, nah.
Last player standing.
I hope it doesn't do that.
10 seconds left.
They have anti-cheat though, so don't know how effective it is. I'm not willing to take the risk to try it.
Clutch.
Yeah, but that guy doesn't have an ability.
For sure.
And it was only him. I'm gonna play as him and try. Yeah, does that guy with the fire, does he have an ability to like detect you?
I don't think so.
Yeah, because somehow he detected me and I don't remember him having anything like that. I mean, at first I saw the Cypher thing, but I don't know. It happens. Oh well.
Yeah, I noticed that he knew exactly where you're at.
That was bogus.
Revealing area. Shock dart.
Nobody's what? Oh, my robot died.
Enemy spotted.
Where is he? Where are they?
Shock dart. Take flight.
Spike.
Right there.
Spike planted.
Nice and easy, bro.
Revealing area.
They planted too? Oh god. They already got it. They already got it. Just move away. Dang it, man. This guy, Bori, this guy with the fire. I guess supposedly he has a detection. That was the one that killed me.
I never did try the ulti with him, so I'm not sure if that's the one. So, are we gonna go the same, all the, because that's where they always are.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy spotted.
Last player standing.
Over. You're dead.
No. No. AFK.
Spike planted. Flawless.
Aw, surrounded by Mia Familia. We won't lose.
Alright, my bad, Jim. I had to make an order real quick for some Mickey D's. I'm sorry. I had to get it delivered, man.
What did you order me?
Got me sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddle with some sausage burrito with mild sauce and a hash brown.
Satchel out.
And Bori's like, where's mine?
Time for the fireworks.
Wait, yeah, where's mine?
Time for the fireworks! Oh, Uber Eats, man. Or not Uber Eats, or DoorDash. You know, there's deliveries, man. Just, you know, place an order, and he'll come right through. I'm out of breath. I was trying to hurry up and get the order with quick.
Last player standing.
Bum 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 bum. What? Yeah, I like the window borderless, man. At least this game lets you tap out. By the way, Bori, our game save is good, bro. We have nothing to worry about, dude. See, I went from burning up to freezing.
Last round before the switch.
Save nothing.
So is it windowed full screen?
Yeah, there's a window full screen.
It's
I
what it is.
I always check for that, bro. Always.
Yeah, I gotta have that too. Yeah.
Always gotta get up early. Ooh. Wait a second. Is
One down with us.
my brother's still online? No way. Ooh, I ordered myself right before will be.
We started out this match so good.
Oh, my brother's online. No way. My Xbox is on. Why? Turn it off.
Get out of my way!
Toma!
Revealing area.
Okay.
Last player standing.
Whatever. Oh my god, I hate that ice.
Yeah, that ice sucks.
Can I get some damn cleats on my shoes?
I know.
If I'm gonna go against that, put some cleats on.
Spike
I don't know
planted.
why it slows you down.
No charges
Slide
left.
all over
Yeah.
the place, not slow you down.
Oh gosh.
One enemy remaining.
Right.
Careful now.
But like I said, man, sometimes it's not even just aimbot though. Like sometimes,
Welcome to my world.
yeah, I can't even stand straight. What the hell's wrong with me, bro? I feel like I'm drunk. Trying to sit in my chair, almost fell.
I've done that before.
Oh,
Switching sides.
dude, I can't.
Cameras.
Oh, I can't stand this chair no more, bro. It's not comfortable. Oh no. Oh. I need to start learning pistols better, bro. Maybe I need to be like one of those gamers where I'm like all up in the screen. I need to be all up in the screen. And I need to hear the game more, but I can't hear the footsteps in this game. I want to hear more and more.
Yeah, the footsteps are pretty low unless you're like.
Yeah.
Speed. You just need to pull your gamer chair right up to the screen and be like, I can see that.
Revealing area.
Oh.
Found them.
My God, bro, I hate hitting the shift key. Bad on the pinky, bro.
It is. Oh, I got him. Nice.
Nice shot, bro.
Got lucky on that one. One tap the headshot.
Where's the last one at, though? There's two left.
One enemy remaining.
You're at spawn.
On target. Revealing area.
I guess they had an AFK player. Yeah.
We will claw our way back
Would have got that
up
kill if
to
I
the
would have
light.
got stun locked.
Right. Hey, at least I'm making a comeback, man. I was doing bad. I'm sorry. At least I gotta get on that green hell, though, bro. Honestly, green hell's not as bad as I thought. Just, I wish that save almost scared me, bro. It almost drove me to playing it again, honestly. Because, you know, that amount of hours that we invested, you know, to have it just corrupted like that.
I know, that's what's, it sucked. Now, if he would have lost everything, yeah, that would have made me not really want to play it for a while.
Right.
Revealing area.
Put into the game, then it just like decides to corrupt the file. So,
Multiple enemies spotted.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, trap wire activate. Oh, what the hell? Didn't even see it.
Shock dart.
AFK again. Yeah.
The heck? There was one. There was one right here. Oh, there we go. Boom, 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 boom.
Charges?
Hey, we're catching up though, man. We're catching up.
Nowhere in sight.
Let's keep it up, man. Let's keep it up. Catching up, man. We're catching up.
It helps that they lost a person.
That makes sense. Thanks for killing my moral. It felt good for a second, though. I enjoyed the moment of triumph. And Jim just killed it.
I just shot to the-
He spoke the honest truth.
I deflated your balloon.
Wow, straight killer.
Revealing area.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, behind you guys! I got you. My teammate shot me. Hey, good window.
We will bury them under their transgressions.
All right, well let's
I got an ace. Who- What? Is that
Mhm.
what he said? Okay, somebody got a team ace. Okay.
Boom, boom, bum, 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 bum. Ah, we got it, man. We got it. We got it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Whenever my McDonald's get here, anyways. Sure, bro.
Oh, you're supposed to order us all stuff.
No, I tried, man. They said they ain't had that much in stock. Oh! Oh!
Revealing area. There they are.
Wow! Dang, man. Damn. Jim's like, I know you're there somewhere.
Okay.
I think even useful. There you go, Jim. Headshot. Okay.
Where?
Use your ears. There is one that was a sniper up there last time. Be careful. Don't know if they're there anymore, but. Boss.
One enemy remaining.
I'm gonna spectate the other person. B's clear. You're at A. I wouldn't really spread too much. I would just watch A while they watch B. They're at B. Or
Left.
B, B, B.
Last player standing.
Nice and easy. Even if they plant, they plant. On your feet.
Ten seconds left.
Satchel out.
What?
I didn't even hear it. Wow.
Enemies close. Eyes up.
Lost?
Oh, maybe we were attacking. I think we had a plant. I'm not 100% though. Let me check. Yeah, we're attacking, bro. That's why. My bad. I thought we were defending. Oh, I am tired. That's what happens when you don't eat your Mickey D's yet.
I need to blow something up.
Yeah, I'm supposed to know.
Revealing area.
Come on, let's go!
Well, watch the portal. Watch the portal. We're in the portal room.
Shock dart.
Wow.
Last player standing.
Man, they got us good.
You're out. No
That's
charges
why I
left.
don't like that.
Going up.
You can't end up lighting yourself. He'll be time to find himself, he'll find himself twice.
Mm-hmm.
That ability is a joke.
A bow and arrow is old-fashioned, but sometimes old ways are best.
Find that rhythm.
I got one of those.
Revealing area.
Enemy spotted.
Shock dart. Shock dart.
They're around that corner, so be careful.
Deploying drone.
I'm going in with the drone.
Wow, there's a whole bunch of there. They're all there.
Our spike carrier revealing area.
I wasn't really found them, they're right there.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
I was hoping to be a little closer, man. Jeez.
You distracted them so the other person can get the bomb plant is, so that worked.
Gotcha, boy. The undead has been upheld. We are safe for one more day from the evils. The evils, you say?
Enemy remaining.
Oh, okay.
Perfect timing for that, wow.
Careful now.
Always had a good point there.
Boom, 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 boom. Beep, 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 beep.
Together.
Revealing area. No chance. Shock dart.
Enemy spotted. Default.
One enemy remaining.
Wow.
Okay.
I know exactly where you are.
So the two.
But she wasn't expecting that. Right. Right, we did a good job, guys. Maybe I need to stand up and play. I don't know. Whew. It might help, yeah. Problem is, where I got the webcam now, it like shows some of the roof. I don't want you guys to. I don't know. I'll work on it. Hold on. Oh, that one. Oh my gosh. All right.
Go.
Yeah, well, I try not to sit too long. Yeah, you're right. Let me raise it up. Hold on, give me a second. Nice. All right. All right, here we go. Yeah, you guys see a little bit of that, but it's all good.
Wow, the whole team's over there.
Shock dart. Our spy carrier is dead. Shock dart. Revealing area.
That never works. What the heck is wrong with that thing?
Embarrassing. Enemy spotted.
Last player standing. 30 seconds left.
I am the hunter!
10 seconds left.
Revealing area. Found them.
Oh my god!
We're here because we're the best. Don't any of you forget that.
Alright, it's showtime, bro. It's showtime. Let's do this. Well, my camera's not tilting up. It's actually straight. Like right here is where my camera is. Right here. Like right at me. I don't have a thing to angle it, unfortunately. The big downside. And the top of my green screen is only right here. I can crop it out though. Honestly, I'll do it in a second.
Enemy spotted.
Revealing area.
The party.
Found them.
Spy carriers down.
Shock dart. Shock dart. Take flight.
Spike. Enemy spotted.
Last player standing. Flawless.
Wow! Right behind me too. I was not paying attention.
Match point.
Watch them run when lit by my sonar. That's when we strike.
Let's turn this around, squad.
All right, let's go, bro. We gotta win this, man. You ready for this?
Bunch of guys here.
Revealing area.
Last player standing.
God dang it, the whole team gone?
Defenders win.
Wow, that doesn't matter. It's a good thing that match is over.
Lost a 4-man squad too. That sucks.
Yeah, that's bad, bro. Well, I was in the middle of trying to like fix my camera, and for some reason. There we go. Man, so far to go to get unlock another agent. Tough, man.
No, I didn't leave. What the heck? How did I leave the party by clicking on my name? Wow. I left the party, by the way.
I love it. I love how they have potato aim and they actually have the potato.
Yeah, I like that. How do you get that?
Wait, did you join?
I accidentally left somehow.
Oh, that was weird. Oh, man.
I clicked on my name and it made me leave.
Really?
Yeah. I have no skins. How do you got skins? That sucks. You're lucky.
I think I got this one for playing the other chick. Because this is the toxic one.
Weird. I haven't got nothing yet. No fair. Man, I like our match history. Win the first one and we lost 4 in a row. We had 2 close games and 2 bad, horrible games.
All right.
There was your YouTube video.
He said what? Oh, I keep dropping my tablet. My router cord, hopefully it doesn't. Keep my tablet open, man, because it's got my cameras on it. Or I should just use it for like my touch panel thingy, you know? That'd be kind of cool.
Oh, yeah,
See?
I gotta get mine set back up because I haven't reinstalled it yet.
All right, what do we got? What do we got here? A lot of duelists.
Yep, I'm playing Rages again.
What is Ryzen again? What is she? Weird, I'll just be her, man. Honestly, I don't know.
Yeah, the
No one
Verified's
can
good,
hold
but
their breath forever.
most of the time it doesn't work, so you
Right,
shoot an arrow
right.
in their vicinity and there's nobody there. It's like miss and right, you know they're there, but it doesn't spot them. And of course they can see that coming in too, which really sucks. So they can just move out of the way.
I know, right?
Or whatever. Oh, okay, you didn't hit me. Good for you. It should be like
The
invisible.
blossom wavers in strong wind. Yet
Okay.
finds no flower.
We ready to rumble? Pistols.
Yep. I'm gonna try shot or shorty. I got a little shorty. If I miss 2 shots, I'm done for.
Oh, there you go.
Nobody has a mic here. We don't do mics. Somebody does that.
You know what? Ever since Discord became a thing, most people don't even party chat nowadays anyway. I remember when TeamSpeak was a thing, but too many security breaches with that. Is there a melee? Or what? There is a melee. I guess. Is there? No.
Enemy spotted. See ya.
There's a bunch of noise.
Toxins going up.
Enemy
Spike carrier killed. Toxin screen down.
It's got some loud feet. Jeez, I'm trying to sneak.
And this other guy, he just stomping all over the place, no matter where he goes.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Put down. Enemy spotted. What are you doing? Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Goodbye.
Triple, baby.
I spotted him, but
Woo! Man, that pistol's good. One shot, bro. Woof. Man, you get one shot and it takes a while. To, like, it doesn't have a high fire rate though. Wait, we got new weapons we can get.
got the band.
Isolate them and kill them.
Just just make sure you stick around, boy, because you might get it even while you're sleeping, bro.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
One enemy remaining.
Stand down.
Flawless.
Spike planted.
This one.
Ooh, let's go. What? What?
We definitely think the wrong side to go, that's for sure.
All right, guys.
Oh, wow, but
Come on, we could do this. Right now we're 2-0 right now. We gotta hold it down.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
Anything, Jim? Watch our left.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Spike planted. Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Oh, this one we got A, B, or C.
wow. He's hit for 170 feet.
Toxins going up.
One enemy remaining.
One down.
Last player standing.
Oh, man.
Did you get blown up?
Unbelievable, man.
Did you seriously forget to leave the area?
Oh gosh. 2 days left to the new patch. Are you talking about Sea of Thieves? Honestly, this is gonna like all my rep. Well, are you able to buy that thing yet for the blooms or no? Not yet. It's not letting you yet.
Enemy spotted.
All right, we got this, Jay. Come on, bro. Nice and easy, man.
Watch your guys, dude.
Flashbang.
Poison orb emitting.
Damn, those feet. It's like, oh.
Poison's off.
Oh, right there. Dang it, man. My fingers want to do it.
Last player standing.
Wow.
Unbelievable, guys. Unbelievable. Maybe it's time for a freaking fortune cookie.
Wow, that was
What I get for not eating my fortune cookie.
network problem. Oh.
There can only
Unbelievable.
be one Phoenix. I'm coming for you.
Oh, I like this fan though. This is a good gun.
Here.
Oh, it's not letting you do it yet, Project Zero? Dang. What do you think, Jim? What's the best way for Project Zero to hit that Power Legend, man? I feel bad for Project Zero. You know, like, honestly, I remember like when I played CTs like way in the beginning. Like now, I can see it being difficult. Hold on one second.
Spike dropped.
Damn, Jim, your feet, bro. There's one here. That's you.
There's somebody here though.
Yep.
One enemy remaining.
Dead.
I got him out.
I'll spike him down.
Let's see.
There you go.
30 seconds left.
Enemy spotted.
I have the spike.
Hero, didn't you?
Who's
Oh.
having a great time?
There we go.
Oh,
Huh?
I'm gutted.
I was distracted him. I was on the other side. He was looking at me. Bet you guys get another kill him. I've been busy.
Oh, wait. Project Zero's talking about that new update, like, so when the players are gonna be able to, like, revive each other and all this stuff, like, yeah, that would be crazy. I don't know.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
Like, I'm happy Sea of Thieves brought all that content, but some of it's kind of, I don't know.
Enemy spotted.
Wow, right there. In the middle.
Dead fool.
Enemy spotted.
Better play. Yeah, I play better standing up, bro.
Enemy spotted.
Last player standing.
Get out of my way!
Why is my character screaming? Wow! Don't show no replay because they know better than that, bro. How the hell they knew exactly I was there, bro? Stuff like that's what I'm talking about.
Reload him.
Look at me and know that I am by your side.
I don't wonder if that,
The anti-cheat even works.
yeah, that's what I was kind of wondering too. Like, is it working or is it just there for show?
Hey, Project Zero was talking about it's gonna wipe out the ID rep. I doubt it, Project Zero. Whatever progressions you have, you should just be keeping. You should be good. Because if some of my stuff got wiped, I wouldn't be playing at all. Screw that, bro. Plus, I barely get to play as much, so like...
Poison orb emitting. Poison's on.
Off your feet!
That character was a bullet sponge. Holy cow.
Poison orb emitting.
No one beats my firepower. I got this.
I need a drop.
I'm gonna give myself that pistol just in case for something for range. You should be good. You should be good, Project Zero.
Kill them.
Anything added to the game doesn't matter. You just need to get Order of Souls, Merchant, and Hoarders. That's all you need to do, bro. Anything else they add is an addition. It's not a requirement.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, okay. Eridar is probably the best one to ask about that. I don't know. I don't think they're gonna change that though, unless whatever you already done carries over into the new progression state, you know?
Oh, dang.
Last player standing.
Yeah, I think you should be okay though. Well, when's the update anyway? I mean, we'll find out what, in a couple days? Isn't it supposed to be the 22nd or something like that? Nice one, Ryzen. Ooh. Ryzen went in for that intel. Ooh.
I know. The guy said to our left, but like, which person are you talking?
Right, I'm gonna take my glasses off right now, man, because it's hurting my earlobes. Man, I feel weird without it. Actually, I can't even play like this. Let me put the glasses back on. Whew. Yeah, I gotta play with them on now. Now I got so used to it.
Nowhere to run!
Killed one of them. You wanna kill me? I'll kill you too. Rocket launcher to the face. Middle way. Blow.
Wow! Oh, just barely.
Just
That really doesn't matter. It's not like I don't get enough points anyway.
still one for us. So that works.
Yeah. If anything, it might even make it easier, Project Zero. You know, basically they upped the points and for everything. It's easier now. I remember when the game first came out, it was so hard, bro. Because there wasn't so much to do in the game. Everybody was watching the ships or camping the outposts. You know, which is crazy. Oh, we gotta help our teammate.
Wow. Okay. Every time. Up on that wall.
Enemy down. Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
Last player standing.
Oh my god. Screw that, bro. What's wrong with my desk? Why is it on? Alright, there's some weight in the center? Oh, wait. No, I have to look.
Come on, let's go.
6 and 4, man. So close. We got this.
Yeah, well, the teams were good for a while, but now they got a strategy going on this way all the time.
Enemy spotted. Stay down. Enemy spotted.
Enemy spotted.
Message sent.
Wow, okay. They waited for me to get the thing, they killed me.
Dead. Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining.
Ouch.
Just give me a moment.
Woo!
Last round in the half.
Can't
Wow.
take anything with us after this. Go for broke.
I need a drop. I need a drop.
That's for a drop. Good drop somebody, I think. Mr. Rich, Mr. Rich.
Oh, boy.
Under.
Got 8,100 bucks. Holy cow.
Right.
Heads up. Enemy spotted.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
Train harder.
Just watch A. We got this.
Yeah, they're over by B.
Poison orb emitting. Toxins going up. Poison's off.
Switching sides.
They do it. They do it.
Friends, and
You say what?
we were trying to save our guns at the end, and we all ran away. And
I know, right?
we were switching sides. That's nice. I ran away. I was like, oh man, we had to save.
Okay, man. I want to get down.
We might actually win our second game. Woohoo!
Woo! You think we're gonna get it? I think we're gonna get it.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
5 seconds, man.
They're not gonna get it.
Woof.
Ooh, we're back. Oh man, you got it.
Walking off, G.
Spike planted.
One down.
Enemy spotted.
Toxins going.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, you ain't coming back.
Diffusing.
Spike diffused. Toxin
Hey,
screened.
That's how you do it. That's how you do it.
I didn't kill that dude.
This
What?
is
Wow,
why we are a
I
team.
killed him.
I know, right? So Project Zero is like really excited, but they're also like really nervous. Do you know much about the new update anyway on Sea of Thieves? Because I don't remember most. I know the revive and new battle arena or whatever.
Yeah, the revive, battle arena. They also have almost like kind of like clans.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's what the Project Zero was talking about, the new emissary thing.
They don't have a chance.
That's kind of cool. Okay, maybe it's time for a switch, you know?
There's a pretty speedy gun though.
Oh, I took 2 down, though.
One enemy remaining.
There was 3 there. Testing. Oh, okay. Wow, when I talk from way back here, you guys can't hear me. Oh, yeah, no, yeah, you can. Good job, Jim. Look at your teabagging, bro. I saw that. Not very nice.
I just had to do it. I got a kill finally, so yes.
Right.
Teabag. Oh, dude, oh, I got a network problem for some reason.
Yeah, it does it every time you restart the next round. You'll see it on the top right. That's normal.
Oh, okay.
I want to stress it. I get it sometimes.
So it's just third
Are
rate
they
issue
asleep?
probably.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
one to the right. Ooh, nice.
One drop.
Correct, dude. We need 2 more wins, bro. Woo! 2 more.
Be fighting back, right?
We had him distracted while our teammates were coming up behind him. Hey, some teamwork right there. Distract him, let somebody else destroy him.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we had him distracted and they were attacking and trying to kill us, and our teammates came up behind and murdered.
Helpless mice.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining.
Sorry, bro. Enemy spotted. I got it. Yeah.
There we go. There we go.
Match point.
Woo!
I'm gonna get out for drinks, lads.
And that's all they announced so far? Alright, well, you know what? The big day is going to be coming soon, Project Zero. The big day is coming soon. That's when you're going to find out. Match point, guys.
Keep them out.
Get out of my way!
No! Oh, I got too greedy. But I need my rep first.
Bomb buddy out.
Where are you getting this information, though, about the thing about the rep? Are you talking about... Oh, the new Reaper faction? Hmm.
Off your feet!
Oh, what the heck was that?
Enemy spotted.
Doesn't seem like that did damage. That was just more so like a stun.
Satchel out.
Just doing that to blind you. Yeah. Nice, Gem.
Satchel out.
Hmm.
Joke's over!
Killed
You're
it.
Alright.
dead!
It's a 2v2 right now.
That was a good little run there.
It was. You did good. Yeah, that's... I don't know.
I would have had that stupid.
Why does my
bomb
camera
there,
keep
like,
doing that? Yeah, I have no idea, Project Zero.
so-
No idea at all.
30 seconds left.
I thought it was still-
Ba, 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 ba.
Enemy
Ooh,
remaining.
nice. 2v1 right now, guys. Woo! Match point. Get it? Water real quick. Ah.
10 seconds left.
Most kills I got so far, so I'm getting better. But
Make ourselves something healthy here. Watermelon strawberry.
Defenders win.
we just give up.
Good job.
HH, what's HH? Happy hunting.
Yeah, they do. Oh, another agent can be recruited. Nice.
Oh, I still can't get one.
You still can't get one yet?
I got a new.
You just gotta level up. That's all it is. The more points you get in the game, the quicker you're gonna be.
Instead, I should have unlocked an agent, but it didn't pop up.
Yeah, I'm level. Wait, how do I know what level am I? I don't know. All right, so there's 4 more agents to unlock here. Which one do I want?
It just like build up the bar for gaining.
Oh, there's 10 characters. That's it. Let me get him unlocked. Yeah, every time you get a new character, you get the girl picture. Oh, you can spray now? There's spray in the game?
Yep. I got a salty spray. Wow.
Why does all Trickster 2007 has disconnected? Are you still in my party?
Yeah. I think so. It shows he's still in the party, yeah.
Right, very spooky. Very, very spooky. Where's my McDonald's at? What's with this music, bro? It's like... I don't want to say anything about it, but it's giving me a certain vibe. Alright. Did you want to check anything with your character or anything, or...?
Mm-mm. I'm sticking with the same girl for a while.
That's a smart thing to do.
Because if you stay with the same person, you get contracts and you can finish them and get kills.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, view contract. Chapter 1. Viper's gun buddy. Oh. Oh, okay, yeah, so all her chapter 1s are done. So now I'm on chapter 2.
I don't want to put my gun buddy on. Let's put it on here.
Doesn't tell you what you need to do, though. Oh, we gotta activate the contracts!
You do what? Mine's active.
Yeah, mine's active too, but I don't know why at the character selection screen it said activate. Oh, well, you're picking the same character, that's why.
I have 3 more contracts to do and I'll have mine done.
This agent's contract is active. Play games to unlock rewards. Okay, so I'm just gonna stick with her for a while. I don't care for her toxins though. Like, I just feel like they're not really heavy damage dealing. I mean, they are kind of like, you know, they can. I guess that, yeah, she is a controller, so she controls the battlefield, so she can like use the toxic as a wall and whatever. It's, I don't know.
Does this game have controller support? Probably not. Since it's not. Yeah, I don't think it has controller support. I would totally say no.
Oh, no, it doesn't?
I doubt it, because it's going to be a PC only game.
Yeah, that's very true. Have the vibe of Mortal Kombat. Yeah, Project Zero's right.
What that gun skin? That gun skin's pretty nice of hers. It's a pistol gun skin though, but
Equip the chemical sprayer. Fire to spray a chemical cloud in all directions around Viper, creating a large cloud that reduces the vision range and maximum health of players. Nice. Snake bite. Chemical launcher. Fire a launch canister that shatters upon hitting the floor. Well, that I kind of already knew. I know what these are.
No one can hold their breath forever.
Go ahead and lock it in real quick.
yeah, my ultimate, if I get to it, I get a rocket launcher, which is pretty nice.
Right, right. Okay, here we go. Oh, look at that big building in the middle.
Reloading. Need fireworks too. Should be plenty loud for you to have some fun.
See, this is if all games ran like this type of FPS while streaming, I love gaming so much, bro.
I know, it's crazy. 60, 70 FPS at locked, which is amazing. What do you get? 244.
It fluctuates, but it averages between 130 160. It goes higher, but I capped it. I don't want it to past that.
Yeah, mine when I was playing earlier without being capped was like
Yeah.
pretty optimized game.
Well, this game doesn't have a choice but to be optimized, because what this game is intending to do with, you know.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Spotted.
Wow! You can shoot while under rope. Okay, I'm done. Seen it all. I didn't know you could do that.
Enemy spotted.
We had a sniper too.
Last player standing.
We got wrecked. It's all good. It was a pistol round. I ain't worrying about it.
Yeah.
We'll get this next one. 8 pistols,
Who
yeah.
are you?
Big-
Copy of me?
Trash.
Where did
Straight
you come
trash.
from? The spike is here.
Okay, I guess I'll save for the next round because
Alright, we got A and B to worry about here, man. We got this.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Our spike carrier is killed.
Enemy spotted. Enemy
Toxins going up.
enemy down.
Toxin screen down.
Two there.
Toxins going up.
Player standing.
What?
What?
Oh, come on. This is why I go shotgun. He must have a 240 hertz monitor. That might be what it is.
Probably. He's probably getting like 500.
Now this game, if this was like my only main 2 game, I would literally go buy a 240 hertz monitor just to play this. But no other game I really play goes that high in frame rate, not with my graphics card. Kind of pointless.
We'll try Bucky. Let's see what this is like.
Dang, man. Yeah, when you're on a rope, dude, you can shoot. Like that's like this is crazy.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy spotted.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down. Ended. Toxins going up. One down.
Do that against somewhere else, dude.
Spike planted. My ultimate is. I see someone.
Wow, so did we do this one instead? Wow.
Hey, who the hell's behind me? Oh god, I'm feet is loud.
Going up.
One enemy remaining.
Toxin screen down. Four down. My ultimate is ready.
Woo! That was close, bro. I had no armor either that round. Alright, let's do it again.
That was actually useful.
It's, well, if you look, you only get 50. So if a shot does, 40, 30 damage, there's your armor. 2 more other shots, you're done.
Unless you get sniped in the head, then you...
Let's go.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Enemy down. Enemy spotted.
What a way to die. One down.
Good job.
Spike carrier is down.
Why?
Look at that.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Enemy down.
Well,
I have the spike.
10 seconds left.
Toxins going up.
Clutch.
Spike planted.
Where are you at?
There we go. That's the way to do it. That was a close one, though. Ah.
They won that round though, so
Yeah, too bad I can't buy like light and medium shield, heavy shield. That'd be great.
I know. I don't know where the other person was at because I went almost round off.
Joke's over! You're
My
dead!
ult's not ready.
I know exactly where you are.
Last player standing.
Who got in? What? Oh, boo. This team sucks. One guy's 0-5.
Who to
What?
smother first?
True. You can also get a key. Unlock the.
Let's crack them open.
Oh yeah.
Prepare for hellfire!
Toxins going up.
That's a good place to play.
Enemy spotted.
Ooh, kill 3 of them.
Yeah, good morning, by the way. How's it going, guys?
Did I kill 3 of them? I killed 1 of them.
Last player standing.
Yeah, this team doesn't understand, man. We got some horrible.
We go on my mark.
All right, let's do this, guys. We got this. Come on. Shoot time. What do we got here next?
I have the spike.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Many enemies spotted.
Poison orb emitting.
Wow.
One enemy remaining.
Everyone hiding.
Shoot me in the back. Wow. It's bad when I'm in 3rd place. You know you got a second team when I'm in 3rd place.
Heck yeah, man.
That would help.
Yeah.
Last player standing.
You.
Even though it's bad, I'm in 3rd place.
Yeah, drops are enabled. If you look right below the stream title, you'll see it.
Again, I might as well just quit the stream.
10 seconds left.
Is the live stream making you lag a lot?
Stream's not lagging at all. It's just
What happened, bro? I thought you said Streamlab OBS was the way to go.
I think it's just my computer can't handle it.
We fight once again.
Streaming in Windows 10, bro. I'm telling you, I honestly I had less issues on my Windows 7. It's sad to say it, bro. And don't get me wrong, I like Windows 10, but it is pretty resource hungry.
Well, yeah, when you got like 8,000 processes in the back.
Yeah. It's gonna get to the point where you're gonna need
We will hurt them.
2 graphics cards, one for the Windows and one for gaming.
Yeah, pretty much.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
Spike carriers down. Time for the fireworks.
Thanks for coming. I killed one of them.
Oh.
Bye bye.
Careful, Jay.
Last player standing.
Dead fool.
Wow. No.
If we had like 2 teammates that actually was doing stuff, 0 and 8.
Wow.
Can't see them yet, but I can feel them getting ready.
And I suck, and I'm in 3rd place.
Right. 1 and 7. Yeah, they got this game, man, for sure.
Oh yeah.
But just get the points. Go for the kills.
Well, I'm getting the kills.
Mm-hmm.
4 and 6. Start farming all of them. And this other team's not really that good. Just our teammates suck. Another zero. Okay.
Toxins going up. Spike carrier killed.
Enemy spotted. Headshot.
Toxin screen down.
All right, I'm going around.
Spike carrier killed.
I know exactly.
Last player standing.
Wow. Let me get this stream now. This is useless.
Thirty seconds left.
Squashed.
Off your feet!
One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left.
Ouch.
Snipe you. Wow. Haha. Now you gotta bite it up now. Haha.
Oh man.
Gee, our team is garbage.
I'm trying, bro. Never in my first place.
They suck too.
I think a lot of the Counter-Strike players are getting really mad because
No,
like the
I'm
OGs are playing this.
Trust in my dreams.
This is the first time I've been past last place.
I see someone.
Careful. Wow. That was a good landing, I ain't gonna lie. Got me with that. Man, that is crazy, man. Crazy, you know?
I got out of there.
Enemy spotted.
Mm-hmm.
Precision kill.
That's how you do it.
You
Headshot.
got this, Jim. Spectating you, bro. You got this. Come on.
Come on.
Last player standing.
Do something.
One enemy remaining.
Be
If I
faster.
got this, you'll
Lock
do
sight.
it. Oh, yep. You got a little excited. I don't know what that teammate was doing, but
Blood.
did they just give that win to us? What? Why?
This party's just begun.
Alright, let's do this again. I'm almost done eating, bro. Mm-mm-mm.
Get out of my way.
Get out of here. My ult's ready.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, this team's bad.
My ultimate. Cool.
Oh, they're planting at B, so
Spike planted.
planting at B. Let's help them out.
Enemy spotted. Do not fight.
Wow. Okay.
Finally, jeez. I can't. Me and you
Last
can't carry
round
this team
before the
up.
switch.
Can't take anything with us
Hmm.
after this. Go
What's
for broke.
sad though is this other team sucks. But
Well, we can't take anything after this, bro. So don't be trying to, you know. You know what it is? The enemy team letting us win because they want they want more points,
yeah, I think so.
and they probably see this opportunity to, get upgrades.
Yeah, true. Yeah, yeah.
Doesn't matter how I penetrate this wall; it's always a horizontal slash. Okay.
I know. It's weird. Oh,
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down. Poison orb emitting.
Wow.
Bomb buddy out.
Our strike carrier is killed.
Here comes.
Last player standing. Switching sides.
I'll choke their
oh,
sight.
with them giving us point or farming points, they're giving us points too. So they're not a smart strategy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I'm full squad right now. If we're playing like this, yeah, winning.
Let's take at least one
Ah, man.
Enemy spotted.
Come on. Put my crosshair on him, but
See ya.
One enemy remaining.
Here.
Hey, why did I shoot? Right click and shoot. What? Okay, whatever.
Here.
Nobody's here.
Last player standing.
Wow. Worst time to reload.
yeah, but you know what? This game, that's what it is, man. You make that one small mistake at the wrong time.
30 seconds left.
1v1. Oof. Hey, at least this game gives you the opportunity to keep quiet. Call of Duty doesn't.
Did you mute on Discord?
Oh, yeah, I did. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's right.
10
Oh,
seconds
gosh.
left.
I was only hearing you on stream. Like, oh, what the heck?
Yeah, right, right.
Yeah, that sucked.
Spike planted.
Yeah, pretty much kinky. It's gonna be the CS:GO / Overwatch. It's an arena game. It's an FPS shooter arena. Supposedly this is the next big deal, so we're trying to now see what it's all about. Got accepted for the closed beta, so I had it for a while. I just never really got on it, but we'll see. Hopefully.
Can you scroll that fast?
The what?
Can you scroll that fast?
Oh, you forgot my mouse. My mouse auto rolls. I don't have to worry about keep rolling it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it keeps spinning.
Enemy spotted. Eliminated.
Wait, are we all over here? He needs help, probably. I'm gonna.
Turret down.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Oh boy. I'm gonna try to get around them from the back.
Spike planted.
Dang it, man! I had them. Ugh. Where's our whole team over there?
Satchel out.
There you go. And you- Oh my gosh.
Satchel out.
Yeah, support Dictator had a question about Sea of Thieves, Eridar, and
Turn to dust.
you know, you're the Sea of Thieves Wikipedia.
I will not die here.
Kills is like rip.
That is close.
Rip with a long rolling R. Rip.
Make them beg.
I like it. You mean like
We must shore up our defenses.
Toxins going up. Poison orb emitting. Toxin screen down. Poison's off.
Enemy spotted.
Toxins going up.
My ultimate is ready.
Hard
Stand down.
scoping.
Toxin screen down.
Yeah,
So what I missed?
One enemy remaining.
Rest.
Jeez, the whole team butchered.
that got me 5.
B is clear. They're definitely going for A. Shoot. Oh no!
Last player standing.
Bomb was right over there too.
You're supposed to clutch that. Dang.
Yeah, he was a little out of my reach though. I heard the water, so I knew he was in the
10
sewers.
seconds left.
Off your feet!
I missed every shot.
Why did they scream like that though? It sounds dumb.
I don't know. It's dumb. Yeah, it is.
Kobe Winslow. Doesn't...
Spike planted.
It doesn't even have to be our
Nothing is worthless, right? True.
screaming
Very true.
stuff. It makes no sense.
Right. Yeah, I think Project Zero is worrying about seeing if they're gonna, if he's gonna get Pyro Legend with these new updates and Let's go left. Left's gonna need help, so I'm gonna head this way.
Need to push them back.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Here.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
Headshot.
Many enemies spotted. I see the spike.
Two left, guys. Two left.
Well, but he's gonna use his if there ain't nobody there. Oh no. Oh, he just got trapped.
Thirty seconds left.
My ult's ready.
I'm gonna check B. A is pretty unoccupied too, though.
10 seconds left.
B's clear. Wait, are we attacking? Oh, we're defending.
I see many people.
One enemy remaining.
Spike.
Wow. Okay.
My ultimate is ready.
My priority is their suffering.
Okay, so we got 2 here, 2 there. No 1 over here. Okay, let's go over here.
Right, yeah, so I try to tell Project Zero, oh, I'm sorry, Jay. I was trying to tell Project Zero, that no matter what, it's just the 3 voyages that needs to be Pyro Legend. The rest is just extra, like, missions or whatever. But he's thinking about the new faction thing.
Toxins going up.
Wow. I hit like 3 headshots.
Toxin screen down.
Enemy spotted.
Poison orb emitting.
No heart.
Poison's off.
Hiding.
Spike planted.
Foolish.
Somebody's right above me here.
Last player standing.
One down.
They need 3 more. Yeah, Project Zero, but you gotta understand, if they did that, you know how many people would be mad? Like, imagine if you were like a pirate legend and in the game said, hey, well, we're adding these new things, and in order to keep your pirate legend, you're gonna have to hit 50 on this too, and they're gonna just take it away from you. And they're not gonna do that. That'd be bad news. God, just sitting there too.
Very.
Spike planted.
Right. What was that? World of Warcraft? Everybody levels got reset or something? Hey, you know what though? Project Zero does have a point though. It's still a corporation. I mean, what if Rare just took that risk and said, hey, you know, we got these veterans and we're going to push them aside and we're going to let the new players get a chance to hit the high stats. They need 2 more. Team is pretty bad.
We know more than we did before. Let's use that.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna go A this time, guys. Move the mic up just a little bit so that way I can really see what's going on here.
We go both ways all the time, so they're not just going to be.
Toxins going up.
Prepare for hellfire!
Toxin screen down.
Off your feet!
Dang it. Right.
Spike planted. Last player.
Wow, that lock though. Yeah, come on.
Just suicide
Flawless.
it. Wow.
Doesn't matter. I really want this round over with already. This team is pretty. Ooh.
Yeah,
Match
they've been-
point.
There's no teamwork at all with these guys.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
But I was in 3rd place, but I got passed up somehow. Somehow, one of these guys got lucky. The bad thing is, this other team is not that good.
Toxins going up.
Ow.
Toxin screen down. Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
Whoa! Dang it, man. I hate that stun. Like,
I know
One
exactly
enemy remaining.
where you are.
annoying. Like, dang, I could at least outran that bullet. Like, he shot me once, I got paralyzed.
Yeah, I hate this.
My ultimate is ready.
Alright.
Last player standing.
Thank God.
Attackers
Finally.
win.
Yeah, that team was horrible.
They were getting fed big time. They're happy. They worked on whatever challenges they were doing.
Yep. I like how somebody's like, lol. Yeah.
Oh, Spellbreak. That was the name of the game. Why did I think the name was called Spellcaster? My son was talking to me today about a game with the Wizards. And I'm thinking Spellcaster. Completely different game when I looked it up. I'm like, Spellcaster, this ain't it.
Yeah, that game was not. I played it in the beta. It's not a bad game. It's weird, but
Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was different. It had, you know, the wizardry type deal and whatnot. It was nice.
oh, the match that bad.
I love her up, man. Screw it. I don't really care for her toxins though. They're kind of ooey. You would think they do like some maybe some some bloom effect or something when they go into them. I mean, I don't know, but I mean they're pretty obvious not to step into. You know what I'm saying?
That was rude. Somebody stole my character. Rude.
I love her mask too, man. That'd be great for the coronavirus right now.
Yeah, the mask is cool. Yeah. She's ready for Corona.
No one can.
Right, and she got the outfit too. She got the gloves, the gear, got the latex armor. She's all set.
Yeah, somebody stole my character. I want one of my characters. Yeah.
I don't pick her because nobody picks her. And I see why. She might be good. Maybe there's a thing to her, but I don't know. I'm not really. Can't do anything. Waiting for players. Come on, what's going on? Match balls? What the hell?
Reloading.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Players getting
5. Here we go. We're waiting on the other players. They're not even.
Reloading.
Somebody put some poo in it.
Reloading.
They're probably on McDonald's Wi-Fi, huh?
Can I at least choose my. Thank you.
And a few tons of dynamite.
There we go.
There's nothing we
Waiting
can't
for
do.
players. Well, now we can move.
Reloading.
Got 30 seconds.
That's bad. Somebody's on McDonald's Wi-Fi.
I used to be on the McDonald's Wi-Fi too, man. I know the struggle. When my phone was off,
Reloading.
my bills don't pay themselves, bro. Now that I'm not outside doing, you know, finding ways to make money right now, I gotta figure something out.
I remember that struggle when we were trying to play any game together. It was
I mean, pretty soon, I might have to let I don't want my cable to go out. I might have to get on that free cable service that they're providing. I still say waiting for players.
Enemy spotted. Spike spotted.
we don't know. I think it's
Enemy spotted.
switched.
Now we're in.
Exterminated.
Jim, you and your beep, bro. Every time you follow me.
Somebody
If you do that, just let go of shift for a second, take a step, and then go back to strafing again because trying to sneak up on him like he didn't even know I was coming. There's another one.
He was AFK. Oh, shot. Oh man, whoops.
He's planning.
Spike planted.
Protect me, Jim. Protect me.
Last player
Damn
standing.
it. Lucky.
Wow, 2 people. There's 2 people left still. Wow, what happened there?
They demand a fight. Who are we to
So it's-
disobey?
It's 4v4. Wow. Matchmaking's bad. So the first shot is reveal. The second shot is shock. Okay. I didn't know
Right. I'm not really a big ol'
Enemy spotted.
They're not even over here by me. Yeah, they're gonna plant A, more than likely.
Last player standing.
Wow, dang it.
Spike planted.
People.
Toxins going up. Poison orb emitting. Toxin screen down.
Enemy remaining.
Oh my god, that stun, man! Come on, I hate it. I hate it so bad.
No one beats my firepower. I got this.
Stuns are so unreal, man. Come on.
They are. It's just.
I hate it. Like, I'm honestly, I don't like it. I get it, maybe a slowdown. Don't completely paralyze me. Like, come on. Like, he was so far away, did probably such minuscule damage, but because he shot me, I couldn't move. Retarded, man.
Enemy spotted. Too slow.
Bullcrap. People probably wall hacking an aim button,
Enemy spotted.
and they're all going to A again.
My ult's ready.
Our team's gonna get butchered. Yeah, bro, you can't give me 1v1. Need your squad with you. Oh, the bomb's by me. I got no choice but to come here.
Last player standing.
Whatever. I shot them and still had.
Poison toxins going up.
What?
These guys are hacking.
Don't show no freaking kill cam, because they know damn well they ain't about to show nothing. Bogus, dude. Oof. Yeah, why is everybody always dying so fast?
I don't know. We're team, another bad team again. So these must be all new. Everybody got keys today, so everybody's playing. We're getting stuck with all newbies.
Never lose sight.
Camera's out of focus now? It's always out of focus or something.
Joke's over! You're dead!
I'll put the cartoon character up. I ain't got time to mess with it right now.
Enemy spotted.
Spike planted.
Right over here.
It's 2 at A, but they're about to get butchered. Are you by B by yourself?
Yep.
I'm coming around. I'm gonna get them from the back. Oh crap, man. Like, this team is getting super lucky, bro.
Last player
Look at this guy. He's single-handedly taking out a whole team.
Careful now.
Wow.
We gotta be hacking.
One enemy remaining.
Plus, we got a horrible team too, so I don't know.
If I can get my console plebs buddies to get this on PC, we'll be good.
I know.
Oopsie daisy. Oh.
I must hold together.
Weird.
Enemy spotted.
This match is pointless.
Last player standing.
Yeah.
We want to buy because this is pointless.
Right.
Most of
I mean, at this point, bro, just level up your character. Don't even worry about it. I mean, we're gonna match with trash anyway. I'm just gonna do me.
Trash.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Yeah, we're going mid.
They had to pick my character. They're probably not even using it right because they're dying 50 times.
You know what? We're defending. I'm not even attacking these fools. They can come to us. They planted at A. Of course they did.
Yep.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy spotted. Target down.
Enemy spotted.
Come on, man. My teammate had to be in my way.
Last player standing.
God.
Shot down.
Yeah, I'm not even worried about it. Let's let him win this match. This match is a joke.
Yeah, well, if we leave, we get no points. So it's almost kind of feel obligated. Stupid. Should get like partial points. I would have left.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna watch Abe. Happens nowadays everywhere. Every single video game out there. Everybody wants to cheat, hack, whatever. What people do nowadays. Nobody wants to play for real.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Nowhere to run!
Shut up. Why is my character yelling, man? Wow, whatever, dude. Wow. Why is our whole team over here? And they all got butchered.
Fire in the hole!
Last player standing.
Oh, you just got alted.
Toxins going up.
My
My
God.
teammate lined up right in front of me. Got alted. Oh, that was bad. Oh, so we got one of them rage quit. Nice.
I'm good. Let him rage quit. The beta anyway, so not like he's gonna get punished. So
I think if you quit the game, though, you can't match.
can't match.
Yeah, you cost you rather than matchmaking.
Get out of my way!
It's just one time, which kind of makes no sense, but... 19? Wow, is there anybody ever here?
Enemy spotted.
They're not even over here, bro.
Time for the fireworks.
Spike planted.
I am the hunter.
Where B, man? What's everybody doing? Just run away now.
There's a couple guys over here, boy.
Lost. Oh, you know, it is morning time, so the tryhards are out. Obviously, we're not getting the tryhards. We're getting something else.
Yeah, the whole team is quitting too. Now we're down to 3 people.
Enemy down. Dead fool.
There we go.
Dead fool.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted. Thrifty.
No need for this.
Man, that's how you do it.
I went on a killing spree there. I killed guys.
Man, there's only 3 of us too, so they're trying to go easy on us.
Yep. 2 rage quitters. So we'll only get orange rage quitters too.
Yeah, they butthurt.
Only the 11 and 8 guys the one that were.
Right. What time is it?
Wow.
Oh, they're all over there. I'm at B.
Last player standing.
Wow.
Oh, he panicked.
Team Ace.
I will snuff out Phoenix's fire.
I love how the guns are here just in the air when there's people leave the game. Here, grab that.
Joke's over! You're dead!
I'm in B again.
Toxins going up.
Last player standing.
God, I hate that stun.
Shock dart.
Yeah, that sound is annoying.
Okay.
Last round in the half.
They only got 1 person on their team that had
You can take both those LT too. You do with these things?
Huh?
The orbs. You do with the orbs?
Nah.
What's the orb do? Mine's full, so.
Toxins going up. Poison toxin screen down. Poison's off. Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Last player standing.
Tried.
Shock dart. I am the hunter!
Wow. Boo. Just did my ulti and they came in.
Right.
Switching sides.
Look them in the
It's just-
eyes when you kill
This
them.
is ridiculous.
Oh, not the pistol round. But they need 2 more anyway, and never good.
I'm not even gonna worry about picking the bomb either. I'm not gonna be on time anyway.
Find their weakness.
Yeah, find the weakness against unfair advantage, yeah.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down. My ultimate isn't ready. There. My ultimate isn't ready. What a way to die.
We're probably planting at B. I'm gonna go check a look. Oh wait, no, we're planting. Forgot I grabbed the bomb.
Spike planted. No charges left.
Dang it. So right click, you shoot 2. That's stupid.
Yeah, that is for the pistol. Yeah. There's no aim down sight with this.
Last player standing.
Wow.
Wow. I shocked him too. What does shock do? Anything?
You can't like surrender, man. Why you gotta sit here and like suffer with freaking 3 players? Dumb.
I know. That's stupid. Maybe toss in the game. It's
Match
over.
point.
That or they should have the matchmaking where 2 people quit, they add 2 people. Something. Make it fair.
Yeah. They don't care. It's Riot Games. So what their main focus is clan based. So like once they start getting clans for this game, and start getting like regional tournaments or whatever, and that's their main focus. They don't care about the casual players.
That's what most games are anymore, ain't it?
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down. Poison orb emitting. Poison's off. Killed.
Oh, did you die? Oh, I feel bad.
Don't be.
Oh,
There's one on top. The sniper too.
Oh, why did it do that? There's a guy coming. Oh, teammate. Okay.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Finally. 18 shots.
Yeah, my first knife kill. Yay!
Oh, you stole the kill from me. Wow, boo. I was lighting him up.
Their hope is their poison. Toxins going up. Toxin screen down. Ouch.
Watch your right. Or no, who
Enemy
did it?
spotted.
My ultimate is ready. Squashed.
One enemy remaining.
Wow.
You decided to go easy on
Green
it?
Out's pretty cool. I like it. I don't really do survival games very much, but it was very fun. There's a few bugs and glitches here and there. There was one that almost scared me when the my game save completely got corrupted. I almost rage quit it, but luckily it fixed itself, which is perfect.
Where's this other person?
He's coming by the bomb.
Here. Here. Floor down.
They just go easy on us now.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it can't happen. It's a new game, and it's a sandbox, so it's pretty common. It's not bad. I mean, I like it. It was fun. We had a good time.
Toxins going up. Poison ore. Toxin screen down. Poison off.
Enemy spotted.
Spike carrier ended.
Last player standing.
Ah, I tried.
Annihilated. I have the spike.
Team Ace.
Oh.
Defenders win.
Well, they won. But let me see how many points we got.
Didn't want to play that much no more. That was ridiculous.
I had 18 kills that round. But yeah, I'm pretty sure they went easy just to get extra points. See how many total XP I got. 2200, that's it. Wow.
Oh, I got an agent. Woohoo! What else should I get?
Choose wisely. Okay, so T is to use your spray. What did you get? Oh, which character did you get?
I got which one?
Well, I'm almost done with the contract with my character, at least chapter 2. I think there's only 2 chapters per character.
Yep.
I'll
I got
finish
2.
her off and then I'll start a different character.
Yeah, I got the guy named Breach. He seems pretty good. But I want to finish my character off for that raise.
Well, you might as well unlock one so that way you have an extra one to choose on the screen.
Yeah, I did.
I would just have 2 characters to focus on just in case somebody chooses them, but
Yeah, I got Breach. I unlocked him. He seems like he's got some good abilities.
right.
That last guy though, I don't like him. The one that you played with the arrows. He's not bad, but
He's okay.
his abilities kind of suck though. If you
Yeah, his abilities don't really do damage except for the shock thing, but that's about it. And that's still not really damaging wise. It's more so like,
somebody with the shock,
yeah.
but I charge it up fully, so like a more powerful shock. But yeah, most of the abilities that they have, none of the characters are strong with their abilities. Besides like the rocket launcher, that thing is strong. But that's an ultimate though, so raise her abilities every single one. And it's super powerful.
Well, let's see how tired I get. I'm gonna go ahead and search for a round. I'll be right back.
Oh, my characters got took.
See.
They took both my characters, and I just, yeah, that sucks.
All right, let's do this, Jim. All right, so if we're not gonna have a team, we're gonna have to play together. Probably gonna have to pick characters based on abilities to work together well.
Now I am strong enough for us all.
I kind of got forced into taking the healers, so. We got 3 people going to. And 1 go to the left of the other guy. Our whole team played as a team, we'd actually do pretty good, but
Oh, know, I'm gonna help this player over here because they're all alone.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Wow, okay. You
Enemy spotted.
Spike planted.
Last player standing.
Toxins going up.
No! Dang, reload, man. They got it.
reload. They need to have like a ability to like reload faster.
I don't care. I planted it. I did my part. Ain't my fault though. 3 people on their team still alive. I had 2 on me, bro. Nothing I can do.
They got lucky.
Why did I grab bomb? I don't want a bomb.
I don't know how you talk either. There should be a way to talk about it without.
Keep up.
This way. Why?
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Bye. Ugh.
Enemy spotted. Gotcha.
Killed.
1 enemy remaining.
Get out of my way. Spike planted.
Yeah, that's how you do it, bro.
Okay.
Alright, we got this win. Eridar was like, J13, remember when we practiced in Bannerlord?
We didn't practice anything in Bannerlord.
No? Oh boy.
Playing with our food.
Okay.
Enemy spotted. Healing.
Wait, did I?
My ultimate is ready. End it.
Spike planted.
1 enemy remaining.
That was teamwork? Oh.
How you do it?
Did I heal you up when
We get a
I
pick.
died?
We move in. Got it?
Yeah, you did heal me. I did hear that it said healing you.
Okay, because I thought I did, but I died right as I healed you, so I wasn't for sure if it actually went through or not. But I should have fully healed you though.
I don't know, man. If this game was crossplay, no.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
Message sent.
Poison orb emitting.
For you.
Poison's off. Spot carrier killed.
Enemy spotted.
Get out!
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Oh yes. Oh, that was awesome. I
That's
got
how you-
2 kills and
Woo!
Come on,
Three
guys,
assists?
take
Wow,
out their
nice.
healer. It's super annoying to kill
Right.
them twice.
Did I say you're doing a good job, Jim? Woo! All right, let's hold it down, man.
and I'm the healer and I got 2 kills.
Right.
And I even got a healer on my team. Here, I'll heal you up. You down here. And then he got killed instantly afterwards. It's like, whoops.
Let's fly.
Guess I was instant karma.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off. Toxins going up. Toxin screen down. Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
Too slow. My ult's
Ready.
fire in the hole!
Oh! Dang it! Oh, they got me. Yep. Ah.
Last player standing.
Wow.
No! Damn! It
I got my wrong gun.
was all up to you.
It gave me the wrong gun. What the heck?
Switch it up a little bit, go over here, because they expect us to come that way.
Nice. Scroll down, I think it says scrolling down. And I killed myself too fully, but I pulled my
Breathe
pistol.
deep.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Dusted. Light planted. Enemy spotted.
Train harder.
Enemy spotted.
Ow. Ooh, that hurt.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
One enemy remaining.
One down.
Last player standing.
Wow, they wanted to go for the kill. Okay, didn't even go for the bomb. Yeah.
What is that slow?
I do have an ultimate though, I gotta use it.
Yeah, I got mine too. But mine's to revive somebody. If I died, it's
Alright.
useless.
Alright.
Chaos.
Well, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go in with my ult.
Don't get in my way. Welcome to my world. Poison orb emitting. Poison's off. Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Wow.
What does your alt do anyways besides
Prepare for hellfire!
Don't kill them apparently because they just walk right through it. It's nothing.
Are they doing any free-to-play weekends or anything?
Enemy spotted.
Oh. Hmm.
that was toxic.
Oh,
Spike planted.
Did you see that?
One enemy.
oh wow. Well, we could probably try to make that our next game to get or something.
Last player standing.
Super toxic. Holy cow.
What happened?
One of the students was super toxic. He just like threw a grenade right at this guy that was standing there and blew him up. It was funny. The guy didn't even move, he just stood there.
Out of charges. Satchel out.
Wow, what a fail.
Satchel out.
They're disarming.
Clutch.
Wow, he just let them.
Right.
Wow, his aim is. I thought my aim was bad.
Right. Sometimes. Not all about how you aim, it's where you aim it. Well, we're planting anyway, so.
Kill them. Enemy down.
Get out of my way.
Enemy down.
Enemy spotted.
Oh, I almost had a knife kill.
One enemy remaining.
I hear them scream.
Hopefully. Hopefully. Well, at least you guys are enjoying it though, you know? I'll try to get on there sometime.
I need to blow something up.
Enemy spotted.
Teammates blocked me too, wow.
Yeah.
Spike planted. Oh. Satchel out. Satchel out.
Last player standing.
Multiplayer on Bannerlord.
Oh!
Got this.
Yeah, well that's good. At least they added a campaign though. You know? How many games nowadays come without it?
Really try doing the same way every time.
Stay safe.
Poison orb emitting.
Wow.
Extreme poison's on. Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Wow.
Last player standing.
One down.
Wow.
Wow, they're teabagging us too. Wow, okay.
Who to smother
Not too
first?
much.
think they so good.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Strategy though sucks, so we're all going the same direction.
Well, we're planting anyway, so it doesn't matter.
No, but they know we're going this way, so they're just setting a range for us to go this way. That's the problem, is they actually know what we're doing. They're just like, oh yeah, we're just gonna rush over.
Enemy spotted.
They're not even over here.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Fire in Get out of my way.
Enemy spotted.
Wow, why is my character yelling?
Hostile down.
Last player standing.
What? Ultimate? Wow, okay.
Flawless.
The whole team. Come on, man.
Last round before
At
the
that
switch.
point, I don't even want to jump out of there.
You got.
Wish there was a way to kill yourself. Yeah, it's stupid.
You could jump off a high place.
Yeah, but I gotta keep jumping.
I know, you have to keep doing it over and over again. 6 times. We started off so good, what happened? That strategy went on the tracer.
Yeah, I'm not really worrying about it too much. Right now, I'm just trying to get my objectives done.
Poison orb emitting.
Enemy
Spike carrier kill. Poison's off.
Let me watch this.
Put down.
Last player standing.
Oh, you got blew up.
I think I'll 2 that round. What the trouts? Project Zero's going fishing.
Switching sides.
No one beats my firepower.
Issue
I
here.
got this.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think the strategy in this round is bad.
It's okay. Like I said, it was better earlier. Right now, I think around this hour. I think it's probably gonna get off soon. I mean, these guys were doing okay in the beginning. Like we got Chris Furcho. He's going at it. But
We started off great, but then our strategy going all way
Let's go.
was a bad idea, I think. Because all they were doing is just flanking us, destroying us, and nobody was watching our back. Where did they shoot for? I hate that.
Spike planted.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
you guys get him? I hate pistols.
Me too.
Opponent
Last player standing.
Oh, what? Wow.
stand tall. We are Valorant. We are
Those
fighters.
people were left too? We got shot from 2 different directions. Wow. That's nice. So I got to the final round or part of the match, and I got 2 kills, and that was still the last one left alive.
What's coming by me?
Spike planted.
Dead.
Pick the enemy, go around the other way. Clear so far. It's 4 left.
2 wow.
Enemy down.
Wow, they were running and I didn't hear it. Sound glitch.
Must have been.
Let's throw this chair out the window, man. Oh! I don't know, man. New video games, a new gaming chair. I need a new chair. I can't be sitting on this chair no more. Or I'm just gonna have to be mobile gaming in a car with a more comfortable chair because I can't.
One down with us.
My chair is. I hate it because
This chair is done, man.
Toxins going up.
kill.
Toxin screen down.
Oh wow.
Ended. Squashed. Toxins going up. Toxin screen down. Poison orb emitting.
Get out of my way.
Last player standing.
I should get way over there.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, was just looking back. What the?
Happy Party Zero.
They stumbled. Now is our chance.
Hurt those who hurt us.
It does, it does. But you know what? That's just the way it is, guys.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy spotted. My ultimate is ready. You fought well.
One enemy remaining.
Wow, man.
Enemy spotted.
Hey, we're making a surprising comeback.
Aw, surrounded by Mia Familia. We won't lose.
Jeez. Really, Project Zero? Did we sound that bad? But you know what, though? I think every country's like that with it against each other. You know what I'm saying? Everybody trash talks. That's gaming in general. No matter what part of what you're from.
planted.
Wait, both of them gonna have 9 million?
Just take the crosshairs out the game, please.
Left click.
Check 'em out.
Wherever.
People are getting lucky. Oh.
Blocking sight.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, that looked like that should have hit.
Last player standing.
Ouch.
Why did he run away? Don't just die for
Make
nothing.
them beg.
You don't want to break it.
Tighten our defenses. Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. My ult's ready. Spike spotted. Enemy spotted.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining.
Nailed.
Flawless.
Last enemy taken out.
Sniped me twice. He missed every time.
That was good though.
What did they say that?
Coming back. I mean, we're only down by a couple.
What do they call that? Get good? Get good, son. And I was standing still and he tried to snipe me. Like, you missed that? Wow.
Time to explode.
Put this right. Okay.
Toxins going up. Toxins going down. No charges left. Toxins going up.
One enemy remaining.
Spike spotted.
Toxin screen down.
Okay.
Don't get in my way.
Enemy spotted.
Oh, wow. He's up on the...
Wow, 9-10.
Let them try to get through me.
Well, especially right now with this pandemic going on, Project Zero, I think there's going to be even more trash talk with countries. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just,
Isolate them and kill them.
that's human beings. They always said your worst enemy is your own kind.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down. No charges left. Dead.
Get out of my way!
Wow. Okay.
Fire in the
Okay,
hole!
okay.
Last player standing.
Mean people, what's that? Uh-oh.
30 seconds left.
They're probably doing B.
Spike planted.
What? Didn't even get time to shoot.
This place is nice. Let's take it.
The thing was, you had 4 health, you could have been breathed on and you would have died.
Yeah, true. No, I ain't no Portuguese. I don't agree with half of them. But you know what, though? That's the internet, that's countries, that's politics, that's like anywhere, anything. It's just the way it is. I definitely don't agree with it, though.
Prepare for hellfire!
Wow.
Headshot.
I kind of knew exactly where I was at.
Headshot.
Spike planted.
Welcome to my world.
The abilities are just kind of weird. I like how people would know exactly where I'm at.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Weak.
Match point.
Well, you ready for the Cats and Sea of Thieves?
We'll bring it back.
I just hope they fix the combat system, man.
Oh, I know.
Garbage. Miss the good old days. I mean, it goes both ways. Sometimes it gets in your favor and sometimes the enemy, but I just miss the old days where it was either you were good or not.
Spike planted.
We tend to pass.
Last player standing.
My
Oh,
ultimate
sure.
is fascinating. I must record this feeling.
Why do our characters talk so loud? What am I right?
Makes no sense. What up there?
And they left.
Attackers win. One enemy remaining.
You did so good too.
You know, I tried. Wow. Did I get on the charts? 4,000 points. Yeah. Oh my god. Not even level 2 yet? Oh, for the contract?
That's an XP, huh?
Need 2,300 points.
And next level, level 6. So I got 150,000 points to go. And I don't even get a player. That sucks because everybody keeps picking her. Never going to complete my race contract.
How do you know when you're done with your contract?
I don't know. It probably tells you. You have 10 tiers to get through, so.
I thought it was 2 chapters. I thought it was gonna be like kind of quick.
2 chapters, 10 tiers, but once you get higher, the points you.
Oh man, that's crazy.
My contract with the Rays is crazy. I'm at 6 out of 10. I need 150,000 XP to get. I still got 3 tiers to go. Of course, I never get a picker because somebody else takes her. This time, yeah. Yeah, that last match was pretty good, but man, our strategy at the middle of the match just got bad.
No one can hold their breath forever.
I gotta pick my character. Woohoo! I can actually maybe complete some of my missions.
All right, let's go.
I will soothe this turmoil with
Yeah,
fire.
Oh, Project Zero, since you're my time zone, so typically Erdar is usually on, I want to say around now to like 3 p.m.
Teabag walking. Do the teabag walk.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Enemy spotted.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
You fought well.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted.
Team Ace. Last player standing.
No.
What happened? Did they die?
Right. I don't blame you, Erdar. Yeah, I got people that do the same thing.
Ooh, gotta kill it.
Sometimes when I play certain games, like, you won't see me playing it. Like, when I play offline, I play different games than I do when I stream sometimes. Alright, let's see. You
Let's
pick a
choke
gun.
them.
Shoot. There we go, gun. Right. It's all good.
Get out of my way.
Spike planted.
Enemy. Ugh.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
One enemy remaining. Clutch.
Dang it.
Man, that's messed up.
That sucked. He had it. He had it.
Yeah.
Why? Should have had that round, dang it.
Careful, you'll get fall damage there.
Enemy spotted. Enemy down.
Come on.
All three of them were there. Holy cow. No team was going
Spike
around.
planted.
Enemy spotted.
Still got it.
One enemy remaining.
Not the boom you hoped for.
Her slow fields are so annoying.
These characters are so annoying with the random yet jabber.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down. Get out of my way.
Spike planted.
Open up the sky.
One down.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Bomb buddy out.
What? I was behind the whatever. Okay. I know I was behind that wall, but okay, I guess I was.
Yeah, you'll be okay, Project Zero. What you gotta do though is find yourself a good crew. Like have one crew. You know, like you know, that's pretty much like what I do. Is I have a crew like when I'm not streaming, when I am streaming, and then sometimes I do like viewer games and stuff. But sometimes you'll have the best experience with a crew, where you guys know each other really well.
Goodbye.
Multiple enemies spotted. Time for the fireworks.
Nowhere to run!
One enemy remaining.
Oh,
We got this.
yeah, but you know what though? Sea of Thieves is just one of those games. You gotta have a crew, you know? I mean, you could solo it up. Like, I do solo. I don't really stream solo. 'Cause I play a little toxic when I'm soloing. But, I was doing solo a lot, even like on mobile, when I was doing mobile Sea of Thieves.
Let's make some chaos.
Or sometimes I'll play like with Xbox with other people. Alright, let's get this in.
Toxins going up.
Enemy spotted.
Toxin screen down.
Get over there and get these guys in the back.
Watch this.
Put down.
Wow.
Standing.
They're all there. Why is our whole team gone?
Spike planted.
Oh, goodness.
Bomb thing takes forever to explode.
Yeah.
On top of it. Didn't explode.
But honestly, the Sloop is the best ship though, Project Zero. Best ship. Honestly, I love Sloop. I really don't care for Brig or Galleon. I love Sloop in it because it's a faster ship. You can maneuver it quicker. You can do the sails, the you know, everything. And honestly, I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm too lazy to sail with other people because sometimes people don't do the sails, or they don't grab the helm, or they don't, you know, want to do repairs, or they don't want to grab resources. I just do my own thing when I'm on a sloop, you know. Because even with, you know, with the crew, you got to make sure you're all working together.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Joke over! You're dead!
Ah, dang it, man! I gotta get my head back in the game. Yeah, exactly.
What happened to your team?
I don't know, bro. I got owned that run, I ain't gonna lie. Half of the time, they're always dead.
I had 3 people on me.
Welcome to my
Oh,
world.
there's no teammates
My
there.
ultimate is
It
fascinating.
was just
I
us
must
two.
record this feeling.
When I jump to the left.
Enemy down.
Right over it.
Oh,
One enemy remaining.
ooh,
Made my whole team.
right.
Our team was going to go, they keep going at the same time.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That resurrection came in with the clutch.
Keep going this way, and it seems like the enemies are always coming this way.
Yeah, so what I do is I always throw my green gut over here to kind of keep them occupied.
Toxins
And then I just go this way.
Toxin screen down.
Yeah, last time the whole team went that way.
Yeah, they're not even over here. They went over to the other way.
Multiple enemies spotted.
Down you go.
Last player standing.
Oh!
Spike planted.
Oh, people standing right on that bomb thing.
We get a pick, we move in. Got it?
Yeah, you'll be okay, Partisan. I mean,
Bomb that I threw and it did.
you see me. You don't see me see these all the time. Like I go on sometimes. Usually I'm either crewed up or I just, I'll ask on Discord like, hey, who wants to join? But I gotta be in a mood to do see at these. Sometimes I can't do it.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Open up the sky.
One down.
Spike spotted.
The sound effects in this game.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off. Don't get in my way.
Thirty seconds left. One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left.
Killed.
Last player standing.
Wow. Okay.
Well, I hate the
Okay.
sound effects or the-
Welcome back, Kelso.
Ask for aid, and you shall
Right. Believe. Oh my gosh. Stay alive, guys.
You know, it's
5 seconds,
supposed to be
5
very
seconds.
accurate.
What happened? Which one?
The footsteps in the game.
They're,
Going up.
they're okay. You just gotta.
I
Accurate.
just had one of
You gotta make sure you have Dolby surround sound on in your computer. Like it's, I'm hearing your footsteps around my headphones.
Mine,
They're going the other way. They're going for C.
Behind me, and he was in front of me.
Toxins going up.
Spike planted.
Toxin screen down. Toxins going up. Toxin screen down. Poison orb emitting.
Come on, man. Where's the other team? Shouldn't even went in. I should have just stayed back.
One enemy remaining.
They got the bomb anyway.
Last player standing.
say something? Sorry, ear's still ringing.
Yeah, that sucks.
You'll get it too, Kelsa. Don't worry.
Maybe they actually might get some win.
Stop there.
Yeah, hopefully we can get some more of you guys on here. I would love a full team. Not really enjoying these randoms.
Toxins going up.
Watch this!
Toxin screen down. Poison orb emitting. Toxins going up.
One enemy remaining. Team Ace.
Toxin screen down.
I see the spike.
There we go.
Last round in the half.
Spend those creds before we lose them.
I died for nothing. But I got a kill though.
Hey, you got a kill, right?
Yep, I sniped him. I came in behind the wave.
Is there no ads? I don't have ads on my channel. No. No, Kelsa, because you're a subscriber. That's why you don't have ads.
If you're not Ace,
Toxins going up.
ads.
Toxin screen down.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining.
Put down.
There we go. That's the way to do it. Oh, no ADS aiming down sights. Some guns, yes. Not all of them. I just prefer not to.
The pistols don't have no aim down sight.
Yeah, pistols don't.
You right click, you shoot.
I know. I don't understand why you have double shooting. Well, this one doesn't right click double shoot, the one I have now. It'd be kind of cool if you could like put attachments on. You like my salt, man?
Oh yeah, that'd be nice. Oh, your salt spray? Oh yeah.
Yeah, when the enemy's salty.
I got
Let's
salt
go.
for it. I got the salty one too. Okay.
Dead.
Reload time.
For you.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining.
Be faster. Enemy spotted. Three.
All right, let's go. It's showtime. Showtime.
Enemy spotted.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down. Spike carrier killed.
One enemy remaining.
Right between the eyes.
Had to be a hero, didn't you?
Whew. That was close.
I died for the cause. Dang it.
Right, right. That's you did it, bro. Don't worry, man. You got it.
Bury them. Poison orb emitting. Poison's off. Toxins going up.
For you.
Toxin screen down.
One enemy remaining.
One down.
Did they ever play Rage Quit on their team?
Yeah, they got 3 left.
Oh, dang. I feel bad.
Right. Hmm.
Do you even need the bomb?
I don't know.
We're gonna massacre everyone here. Here, have some salt.
Right.
Have some salt in your face.
You can't catch us.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down. No charges left.
Enemy spotted. Headshot. My ult's ready. Open up the sky.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
One enemy remaining.
On the money. Enemy spotted. That's three.
Wow. Dang it. I just tried to with somebody else. Dang it. I didn't want to die though.
What do they think this is? A backyard scrimmage?
Oh, okay. Let's continue these wins, guys. Right now we're 11-5. We just need
Sucks.
2 more. 2 more wins and then we're good.
You need some salt for your fries?
Yeah, salt is good. Did a different
Continue to overwhelm them.
Enemy spotted. See ya. Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining.
Headshot. Enemy spotted. Spike planted. Watch this.
One enemy remaining.
Four.
Match point.
One last push. Let's make them hurt.
I don't feel bad, man. I know how it feels when people quit on your team. It's annoying.
Salt for you. Oh, what? I can't do it now? Oh, there you go.
Tear them down.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Enemy spotted.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Enemy spotted.
That'll work.
One enemy remaining.
Healing.
Okay, take a break, guys.
Attackers win.
You were only in my way.
There you go. Good job. See, you did it.
That's a final kill too.
Let me see. I got 4,400 points that round. And I think I just completed something.
I still got a lot of ways to go.
Oh, the story contract. I'm level 2 now. You said there's 10 levels?
Yep, my raise contract is 8,400 at 150,000. I got it.
Yeah, I can't believe it's already 8 in the morning. 8 o'clock in the morning.
9 and 12. Not too bad. I'm getting better. I'm getting the hang of it. It's
I mean, coming from like, this is not what I typically do every day. Like, I've had some buddies in my time where like, I to this day I remember when Counter-Strike was like a really big thing when it first came out. These guys were literally day and night, non-stop CSGO. That was all they would play. Tell them to play games like Campaign or something else. They're like, nope. Straight CSGO. All day, all night, same clan, same crew, nothing else. But you know what? They were good. You know, they do call outs, shout outs, they knew the locations, everything, they had information.
Yeah, I've been watching some of the streamers on this. They have callouts for everything. They know what
Yeah.
buildings, what. Like
Well, you have to. You know, even Call of Duty, you do call outs. I mean, that's just, hey, with your call outs, you gotta keep it short but simple. Ugh.
I think a lot of these people, I think, are going to try to go pro because they're like, oh, yeah, building, this building. And there's-
Yeah, I just don't know why there's crosshair here on some of the guns. I even try to take crosshair off. I don't.
Yeah, I don't like the when you like look down sight, it has that like circle.
Oh, like the hologram scope or whatever. Yeah, it's weird.
That's weird. Yeah, kind of messes with your aim too.
Oh man, that's interesting. I gotta unlock all this other stuff.
I got my 2 daily challenges already completed.
You know, just to be safe, I think I'm gonna call it. I want to keep going, but I know I'm gonna regret it later.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah, I better get some sleep because it's already 8 o'clock in the morning. Oh gosh.
Yeah, it's 6 here. a fun game, but man, we need a team.
We do. I mean, if we were desperate, we could just like when we see good players out here, just party up with them or add them or whatever. But I'd rather get people we know. But
Yeah.
we'll see. We'll get people, man. We'll get people. The game's gonna be out for a while. As long as I don't rage quit, should be fine.
It's gonna be up for several months more. So.
Yeah.
Plus, once it launches, it's gonna be out more. So it's.
All right, guys. Well, we're gonna get some shut eye. We're gonna get some rest. I want to appreciate everybody coming in tonight or this morning. For some of you guys, it's night, morning, midday, evening, whatever it is. You too, Eridar. You too, man. Thank you so much. We haven't had too much luck with too much today in terms of activity, guys, so I think we're good. But we had some pretty decent chatting, which is nice. We had a lot of chatting going on. You guys are awesome. I could just do VODs and like let people get jobs that way. But I think this is what? This is a 6-hour stream, 46 minutes. I mean, we went 2 hours over time, but that's all right. Well, 2 and almost 3. Holy crap.
Just sit there and just keep your stream going.
Yeah, I'm thinking about doing it. I'll have to, I already have my VOD set up for, like, oh, you know what? There might be a chat. I like the music's pretty cool.